John Kennedy challenged America to put a man on the moon in that decade. Not because it was easy, but because it was hard, and America leads the way. We have an opportunity to put a Democrat in the U.S. Senate for the first time in 3 decades, and it is time that we do it. And I need your help. Please, I need your help. Thank you. We're going to be in touch. Don't hesitate to call or write me. I may not return it real quick, but we're going to get there. And with your help, and touch anybody you can to let us know. Thanks for everybody that's done it so far on Facebook and other things. You've helped me because my social media skills are still trying to on the rise. So again, thank you. Have a great day today. I wish I could be here all day because it's a great program, but I got to run. Thank you. Thank you all.
I think it's safe to say and promise to Doug that those of us in the grassroots community will do everything we can to help this. There will be a primary, of course, and we have some other good Democrats running. But just to be honest, I think it's going to be a long shot for anybody but Doug to win that primary with his experience and his resources. Personal opinion. Okay. We're already behind. Told you I'd mention it. I want to call attention, and all we have time to do is for me to read out a few names. But if I read out your name, please raise your hand or stand up. These are people who are running or thinking of running. Amy Wasaluka. How close did I get to that? I got it right, Amy?
You did.
Oh, holy cow. Okay, great. Madison County, considering running. Peter Jofrion, also from Madison County. Considering running. Mike Smith. I encourage everybody to go up to Athens, Alabama, to Limestone County and see what Mike is doing. He's the county chairman, Democratic Party chairman up in Limestone County, and he is kicking butt and taking names up in Limestone. That's a tough county, too. Very tough county. Felicia Stewart. Felicia is considering a run for a House district here in the Birmingham suburbs. It happens to be my district, so we're very interested in that race. Danner Klein is not here yet, but we expect Danner Klein to come in probably around lunchtime. Danner is running for CD6, running against Gary Palmer. Anu
Carmel Palmer, Limestone County.
It's simple if I would listen to simple. He's from Madison County as well. Limestone, excuse me. Madison City. I stand corrected. Thank you. Anybody comment over if I have a better geography lesson of Alabama, I should know already. Karen Mayo. There's Karen there in the back. Anybody else that is considering a run? Yes, please.
I'm Emily Markham. I'm House District 41, Corley Ellis.
Thank you.
Down in Shelton.
Good. That's the kind of activism we need. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being simple. Okay.
Hey, I'm Felicia Morris. I'm presenting Emerging Miracle today of Tuscaloosa County.
Speak up, Alicia.
My name is Felicia Morris, Tuscaloosa County, and I hope at some point to replace Nancy Wilder as a party chair.
Whoa! Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Jelani Coleman. I'm going to be running for House 667 in Dallas County.
We appreciate you coming up from Dallas this morning. Yes.
Good morning. I'm Nikki Arnold Swindle, and right now we're trying to decide if we're going to run for Dale Marsh's seat for state senate.
Are you assuming Dale's going somewhere, or you don't care?
I don't care.
Okay.
I'm assuming that he will if I run.
There you go. Good answer. Very good answer. Great. Thank you. Okay. In just a second, I'm going to ask Cindy Branham to come up. I want to real quickly review this agenda. There are many, many different groups doing many, many different good things that are necessary to do. Bring awareness to people, educate people for social justice and fairness. We feel that our role, Ford, Alabama, and others, is to work for actual electoral change, recruit candidates, teach people how to run, how to be a campaign worker, how to organize on a county and a House district level. So that's the thrust of what we're talking about here today. And we're going to have the first panel is going to be a group of folks whose organizations all work in one way or another for electoral change. The second panel will be about organizing on a county and a House district level. Very important. It's important that we make those House members either be rewarded for good stuff or punished and defeated if they're not doing what we think they should be doing. If you've noticed on your name tag, many of you have a House district number. That's very important. We're going to try to get everybody organized along that so that you know how to work and put pressure on these people. We did one of these in January. A brief aside, in January, we could have, at Birmingham Southern, I think we could have put 300 people into the room, and we only had a 200 capacity room, the same capacity as this room. I'm glad every one of you is here, but it ain't 200 people. And I think the difference is that in January, everybody was searching. Everybody was looking for something to connect to. And by mid-May, almost all of you, if not every one of you, are involved in other things, which is great. That's the way it should be. So in my mind, that makes you the cream of the cream. You're here trying to get better and do more stuff. You're already doing other things besides, and you're coming here to sharpen your game. One of the requests we had was for candidate identification and recruitment. And Pat Vandermeer, who is a trainer with AAUW, campaign trainer, will speak briefly about that. Anthony Daniels will speak before lunch. Anthony Daniels is the House Minority Leader and wonderful, energetic, new ideas, bringing new light to the prospects for Democrats across the state. We encourage everybody to, of course, network at lunch. Then we're going to have some training on politically targeted social media from some people, from some pros, Joey and Nicole Beecham from Uptick Marketing. And then the next segment would be Shay Farley, who is from the Southern Poverty Law Center, and we're going to talk about the legislature and how to influence legislation and how to get stuff done within the legislature. And then next to last will be Katie Shuey, who is the State Governmental Relations Director for Health South. She's quick to say she's here personally. She's not here representing Health South, but she is a master at Allison. That's the system that everybody can use to track the legislation that's going on. And we all know that they play games down in the legislature about not announcing things in time, and being able to follow that is important, and many other aspects. And then also give some tips about lobbying. And then finally, we're going to have a brief section on an introduction to field work, so that you guys don't feel if you haven't done canvassing, or you haven't done voter registration, or you haven't done phone banking, we're going to touch base on it and cover it a little bit so that you guys don't need to worry about it. It's easy. We want to make you comfortable with it. And everybody can find a niche. I don't like canvassing, but I don't mind phone banking. So we need to gather enough people so that we can put together teams to support these people who just stood up and said that they're thinking of running for something. We can support people in Madison County from Jefferson County on their cell phone with a call list and that kind of stuff. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much. I think everybody knows where the bathrooms are by now. They're out and to the right back there. We will set lunch up out here. Hopefully it'll clear up a little bit, not rain, so we can eat out on the patio. And Cindy, I'd ask you to come up now. Cindy Brown.
Hi, everyone. I'm kind of honored to be the moderator today. Would the speakers come forward, please? We know that they're in the first panel. While you're walking up here, I will tell you that I have a plant on the front row, a woman, not a plant. She is going to help you. Helen is going to help you stay on track by showing you these when you get close, because I think Bob told you in the email last night that you have 2 minutes for your initial introduction, and that we would be able to answer questions, and we may have to limit them to 2 minutes as well, just so we have the opportunity to answer more questions. So let me introduce the panel to you. I'm not going to tell you anything about them except who they're here with. First, Alice Dilbeck with Emerge Alabama. Chris Sonyet with Swing Left. Slate Goodwin, Indivisible Alabama, Huntsville Fifth. Richard Rice for Birmingham Grassroots Coalition. Josh Coleman, Alabama Young Democrats. And Cliff Andrews, Alabama Democrats Reform Caucus. What I would like for y'all to do first is to give us the 2-minute capsule of what your group is and what it does, so that everybody can figure out who you are, what you're doing, and how all these pieces fit together. The first step in being able to work together from now through 2018, which I know we're trying to do in Madison County, and I'm going to assume every other county and region are trying to do as well, is to understand who we are, what our personalities are, what our goals are, what our intents are, how we plan to work between now and then. And we have some very diverse groups here, so I will let y'all start. And Slate, why don't we just go down the line? So, Slate, you start with Indivisible Congressional District 5. I don't think I need this.
So I'm Slate Goodwin. I am representing Indivisible Huntsville in the 5th Congressional District. And in a nutshell, what we're doing in the 5th Congressional District is trying to put pressure on Mo Brooks, Strange, and Shelby by calling, office visits, writing letters, writing postcards, keeping the pressure on issues that are important to us. So that is the first and meat of what we're doing. The second is that we're trying to continue to grow our base, identify issues within the community, and keep growing and trying to build up an infrastructure for voters and volunteers come the midterm elections to hopefully unseat Mo Brooks. So that's what we're going to do.
And just by the way, you don't have to take your 2 minutes. Thank you, Slate.
I'll take these. Never thought I'd like speed dating, so here it is. Emerge America, which is the national part of Emerge Alabama, gets Democratic women trained for candidacy, gets them on the ballot and winning. Formed in 2002, we trained over 2,000 women, Democratic women, 39% of them women of color. Big dedication to ensuring that we're as diverse as the population. 330 of those grads were on the ballot in 2016. Those that made it through November, that was a large percentage of those, 70% of those were elected. That is phenomenal. The 3 things we'll do as Emerge Alabama. We'll recruit strong candidates, Democratic women candidates. We'll train them, 70 hours of in-depth training over a 5 to 6 month period for a cohort of 20 to 25 women. And we'll build a strong support network for them to support them as they go through with their candidacy. The national organization was formed in 2002. It's been around 15 years. It's a national structure. We have 18 state affiliates. 7 are in the works, so 25 in total in play. We'd like Alabama to be the next affiliate. We're one of those 7. Reason? Because the approach works, and we desperately need it here in Alabama. In 3 months, thank you. In 3 months, we formed a statewide organizing committee, raised over $30,000. We need more. And we hosted almost 100 women a couple of weeks ago in a sample training called Taste of Emerge. We're about to start search for our executive director. That will be our only employee. And we're pushing hard to do this so that we can set up training in time to have an influence on the 2018 elections. We need your help. We need it financially. We need it to host events in your home so you can invite people that you know. That's been our primary way of raising funds thus far. And we can tell them about here. You're all being asked for money by everybody all the time. I get that. Me too.
Emerge has I'm sorry, I thought you stopped. Emerge has a table outside if you want to help.
Yeah, and your dollars here will go further than anywhere else you can spend them. Thank you.
Very good. Good morning. I'm Chris Soniak, representing Swing Left. Roll back to November 9th of last year. Bob talked about this a little bit. Went through shock, anger, depression, predilection for strong drink, perhaps. The people who founded Swing Left, a couple of youngsters, decided on November the 9th, no, we're not going to put up with this. They looked at the electoral map and said, the Senate in 2018 is really going to be a tough road to try to capture back away from the Republicans, but the House is vulnerable. So they did an algorithm, and they came up with about 50 districts around the country that they call swing districts, where Republicans won by less than 15%. In Alabama, we only have one. It's unfortunately 3 hours away from here. It's Alabama District 2, held by Martha Roby. So we formed this is all done online. We formed a group here in Birmingham. There's also one in Tuscaloosa that is working kind of remotely and trying to network with people in the district to flip House seat in Alabama to the Democratic side. We have a little sheet in your packet too. And also Lindsay in the back here did a nice little display outside. We have a table. I was reading a very interesting piece on the Atlantic Online by Connor Flansdorf this week, and it was entitled, "Why Can't the Left Win?" And as I read his piece, which is actually pretty instructive and very, I would say, constructive criticism, the answer is there is no left. There are lefts. There's many rivulets of organizations, and I think what you guys are doing here today is a step toward building that into a more common message and a commonality so we can work together. So looking forward to that.
Good morning. My name is Richard Rice, and I'm here on behalf of the Grassroots Coalition of Birmingham. And the Grassroots Coalition of Birmingham is a collective of grassroots organizations and activists and community organizers and people like you all, people like you sitting in these seats who take an active role in their community. Our objective really is to leverage some of the influence that we have as a nonprofit community, an activist community, to have an impact on the local election coming up here in August for the city of Birmingham. We have mayoral election, city council, and school board election. In the previous municipal election, we had voter turnout of just 21%, right? And so we think we can do better than that. We want to increase the voter turnout, and we are looking to elect officials who are more responsive to the needs of the local community. We are going to engage in a series of activities to increase voter turnout and to improve the quality of the local democracy. We've already hosted one mayoral forum in which candidates had an opportunity to introduce themselves to the community. Obviously, the attendees had an opportunity to ask questions of the candidates. So we'll be doing a few more of those type of forums. We're also putting together a policy platform as well in response to some of the primary issues that are facing the city of Birmingham. We would invite each one of you to take a look at our Facebook page. We have a table out in the lobby as well with more information on the organization. So I'm looking forward to meeting each one of you and providing more information about the coalition.
My name is Josh Coleman. I'm a vice president with the Alabama Young Democrats. We are an official charter of the national organization Young Democrats of America, which has been established since 1932. We have a chapter in all of the major cities here in Alabama. We're currently working on reaching out to all the other counties. We have a total of 13 chapters now. Our goals are really simple. We want to encourage young people, the ages of 16 to 40, to get involved in the political process, whether that be working on campaigns or as a candidate themselves. We offer training for young people that want to get involved. We've recently opened that up to everyone because of the excitement of the stuff that we're doing across the state. It starts with voter registration. We train you on that, get our members out to vote, register voters. We work on candidate recruitment, candidate training, and then ultimately getting the vote out. So that's a little bit about us. Our Birmingham chapter is here today with a table outside, so I encourage you to visit Brandy if you have any questions. But just, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Cliff Andrews, and the ADRC, or the Alabama Democratic Reform Caucus, began with a group of more mature, loyal Democrats, a number of whom are members of the State Democratic Executive Committee. And they were not happy with the state of the party. Still not, but we organized, and our mission, first of all, is to unify and restore the Alabama Democratic Party to a position of respect and strength, to successfully elect Democrats to office, and to promote traditional democratic values of fairness, integrity, inclusion, and the transparency within the party. Some lofty goals, no doubt. So how do we go about doing that? And of course it's not easy, but specifically we want to increase the diversity in the State Democratic Executive Committee and the party. The State Democratic Executive Committee is SDEC. We want to foster effective communication within the SDEC. We want to raise the standards of parliamentary procedure and transparency in SDEC meetings. We want to see transparency in the financial reporting of the party. Our work has been called inside baseball. In other words, working within the structure and the rules of the party to bring about change. And of course, you could call that boring, or there may be some other adjectives you want to use for that effort. But we believe grassroots supporters need to have a basic understanding of the structure and rules and how the party should work, because you see so many folks saying, do something. Well, it's not that easy. To do that, the ADRC must become a strong coalition of Democratic Executive Committee members, as well as the Democrats who support restoring the Alabama Democratic Party. Our most prominent job right now and crucial job is to elect progressive Democrats to seats on the SDEC. And so if you're interested in that, let me know.
Cliff also, go ahead. Cliff also has a table outside, and they are looking for candidates to run for the SDEC from all over the state. So please see them and sign up. Okay, I'll ask the first question if that's okay, just to get us going. I'll ask the first question, if that's okay, just to get us going, and then we'll take questions from the floor. My question is to you, as your individual organization, what do you see as your biggest challenge in getting us successfully, getting your organization, your people, all of our candidates, to November 6, 2018, after midnight, whatever. So, Alice, I know what yours is, but go.
Well, I think the most important thing for Emerge Alabama is to press forward with hiring an executive director and and through that getting our training sessions set up as quickly as possible. The very latest we'd like that going on is January, so we'd like to get it started earlier, and we just have to get the right person in place and structures in place so that we can move forward with that and have hopefully a slate of candidates across the state that have been well trained and that have a good support network and are positioned to win. And we're not naive. We don't expect to walk in and win all of the positions tomorrow, but we at least need to start making the Republicans spend some money running against us.
Because of distance to our district, the challenge is really organizing with people on the ground there. And we were encouraged. We were there last weekend registering voters in Eufaula, and we intend to continue doing that sort of thing.
Anybody else?
Well, on behalf of the Grassroots Coalition of Birmingham, I mean, our focus is local. I think that's something that really translates into any city or any district, is that, given the national climate, obviously there's a lot of resistance, there's a lot of anger, I'm sure there's a lot of other adjectives we could use. But I think it's really important to try to focus that energy on a local level. For the coalition, our objective really is to increase voter turnout above the 21% that it was in the previous election, and then to use that momentum to carry over into November 8th, into the next election. But the first priority really is to have as large of an impact on the local election as possible.
And I would say also, just there's so much momentum and so much energy right now, but making sure that we don't get activist fatigue and that we keep going and moving towards that final end date, that it's a marathon, not a sprint. Everybody wants to do something right now, but we also need to be doing something a year from now and in November of 2018, knocking on doors, making phone calls, whatever, at that point. So keeping up a momentum, but also recognizing this is a long road, that we're not going to see the effects of our hard work right now. It's going to be down the road from now.
What we want to accomplish. Okay. What we're really doing right now, as I mentioned at the end of my comments, is first of all trying to identify people in county parties. There are, I won't try to give an absolute number, but there are about half of the counties in the state don't have an active Democratic Party, and that's terrible. So we're going into parties, trying to find people, going into counties. Trying to find people, trying to get people out of the closet. Frankly, we've got to do that if we're going to have any success at reviving the image of the party. It's a long road.
Thank you. Panelists, if you see me do this with my hand, that means to put this closer to your mouth. It keeps turning off. So, okay, it's working again. Questions from the panel? Yes, ma'am. Stand up and yell as loud as you can, and I'll try to repeat the question for the rest of the room.
Is anyone working on improving access to voting so that it's not just one day?
Is anyone working on improving access to voting so that it's not just the one day of voting? Anybody here got that?
I mean, I am so interested.
Any of our party chairs or Bob? Anybody can answer that?
I have a personal opinion about that. Yeah, I know somebody said. That's right. I think that obviously improving access to voting and swinging it over days, early voting, things like that. Because we're in the legislature, the GOP supermajority. They don't want any of that. That's just to their cause. They're not going to hear
Help us
that.
elect some women and we'll work on it. Yes. Yeah, we have to be successful in 2018 to change that. We cannot change it now. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Tracy Dargan, Vice President of Bergen School.
trying to work with any group we can to try to build that back up. That's what it's a major challenge.
And I mean, just to your point, I mean, the Grassroots Coalition, the entire mission is about bringing together organizations that have different purposes or different missions. They may be focused on poverty, one group may be focused on education, another healthcare, but the commonality that we have is that we've all been
in the next panel is our 67 county strategy, where we're going to all 67 counties this year in the state, working with the existing county parties or other progressive organizations in that county to build a coalition throughout the entire state, so that when we have just a special election for a U.S. Senate race, we have people in every county that we can reach out to and form a network. So that's just something that we're personally working on.
Well, to accomplish our mission,
well, I think the goal is really to have more of a post-partisan type of election, especially on a local level, and maybe the local election lends itself to that more easily. Obviously, there's a lot of partisanship on a national level right now.
We began meeting regularly, bringing in regular speakers and getting active, and we now have over 100 paid members. We got 450 on our email list, and these are people who are Democrats. We have 70 people that have been coming to our meetings every month. We've got a fair amount of money in the bank, and we are gearing up. We spent the last few months lobbying, basically with the legislature in session. That's what we're doing. We've met with a lot of our legislators. We're about ready to start doing some organizing and some electoral organizing, big time. And that's probably my 2 minutes. We'll talk a lot more. I've got a handout in your packet there that I really want you to look at. It's a list of all the things that I think a county party needs to be doing to grow. And on the back page is an analysis, a data analysis of a legislative district that we're going to target. And I've got 11 districts I'm going to be targeting and doing this same data analysis. And when we get a chance, I'd like to talk to you about that data, because I think it really paints a picture of a strategy for winning back some state house seats. Thank you.
Folks, it doesn't matter which one you go in. If I do this, you need to hold the mic up closer. It's partly for the hearing, but mic's not picking it up for the stream either. Okay.
So we have to use the mic.
Got to use the mic. You can't pick it up otherwise.
Do you want people to hear you? Use the mic.
All right, so Josh Coleman with the Alabama Young Democrats. The one thing that we're doing is our main focus this year is our 67 county strategy. We all know the election in November was supposed to go a different way. After the election, we got together and said, okay, what can we do as young Democrats in the state of Alabama to make a change? And we really thought of our 67 county strategy, where it means going to all 67 counties, organizing in conjunction with the respective county parties, if there is one. We soon found out that there are multiple counties without county party structure, and we shifted our focus from just reaching out to young folks to reaching out to everyone. So that's what we're doing. We're traveling the state. We're going to all 67 counties within this year, establishing a relationship with young folks, young at heart folks, and getting people involved and bringing them back into the fold of the party any way that we can do that. That's what we're working on. That's our main initiative for 2017.
Hey, how are y'all? Can you hear me on this? Yeah. Great. My name is Richard Mock. I've been chairman of the Jefferson County Democratic Executive Committee for 8 years now. First, I'd like to say thank you, Cindy, for doing this. Thank you, Ford, Alabama, for having all of us. Thank you for being here, guys. I'm excited. I don't know half of y'all, and I usually know everybody in the room because I've been involved in this since 1958. Doug Jones. Remember that name? Doug Jones. U.S. Senate. It is a reality. Okay? This is my mantra from now on for the next, until December. Doug Jones for U.S. Senate. We can win. Okay? Now, get back. Doug Jones and I started the Cumberland Young Democrats 40 years ago. That's how long we've been involved in politics. Doug has been more successful than me. I'm the kind of guy that likes to be behind the curtain. You think that? You really think that? And Doug always likes to be in front of the curtain prosecuting people. Jefferson County is the largest county in Alabama. We are very fortunate in that we had a very big concentration of folks of color, black folk, Greek folk, Jew folk, all kinds of folk, okay, in Jefferson County. We also have a lot of folks here, and we also have a lot of union folks. These are people that realize, 30 seconds, gosh, we're blessed in Jefferson County. What do? I herd sheep, or I herd cats. Whatever kind of animal you can think of, that's what I as chairman do. I herd people to a common goal. In Jefferson County, we work with all of these organizations to help Democratic candidates. Okay? We are very blessed, and in the last 8 years, we have elected every Democratic candidate that ran. Unanimously.
So Richard has some wisdom to share with us, doesn't he? Okay, we're going to go straight to questions this time. Dr. Fields, Reverend Fields.
To the 67 county strategy. If you identify a county without a party and you go to that county, what do you do? And what is your follow-up with that county?
The question is for Josh, and it's if you identify a county, go to a county and there is no party, what do you do with your 67 county strategy?
So we've run into that 2 or 3 times so far. I'm from Coleman originally, so it's very easy for us to jump over to Walker County. Their party was defunct. We got involved, reestablished a committee, people that wanted to, and so far I've had a very open relationship with Nancy Worley, so we've been able to work with her very closely in saying, hey, these people are involved, these people want to be in the party, this is who's going to be on the executive committee. She came up, it was that simple. And now we have people in Walker County. They had that rally, I know that you were at, James, that they had over 50 people at, and the first meeting that we attended, there were 6 people at. And that's over a span of 2 months. Just getting them active really made a difference.
I have reached out to all the counties via email and some phone calls. I've got 3 people who do web development who are willing to volunteer to create a website for any county. And I've had no one taking me up on it, except for Herb Kuntz and the Pell City group. But I've talked to several people, and they don't have anybody. Because my thing is, look, in every county there's Democrats looking for an organization to belong to now that we are in the era of Trump. There are people that want to become a part, and they look online for those organizations, and so it's really sad in the rural counties. There's no Democratic organizations hardly, and the ones that are there can't even take advantage of getting an online presence. Free website we'll set up, and Facebook. I want to train them on how to target their Facebook audiences, for promote their meetings and things. So it's really a bad situation, and that handout I have is Shelby County's list of to-dos. You got to work. You got to get your email list going. You got to, But I talk to people that don't even use email very much. I mean, it's not good out there, and we need to get it better. And here's the thing. My hope is all you need is 2 or 3 activists in each county, and they can get it going again. But I can't find who they are, and they're probably looking for people. So anyway, yeah.
So I would challenge the younger ones of you in this room who know people in those dysfunctional counties, who are younger people and know about social media and email, to get them in touch with Doug so that he can try to help their counties. I have a question. First thing, before you raise your hand back there, I saw you. Who in here was active in politics prior to November 6th? Okay, now, so we can see hands. Who really just decided they had to get active after the election? Don't be ashamed. We are so proud. Raise your hands really high and stick with it. It is a marathon. Okay, in the back.
Okay, so my question is pertaining to, I can't remember where the lady is that was speaking. I think she was with the Merge. And she said that you needed money to make the change. And then we're talking about these 67 rural counties, who I am assuming those people are dead broke. So how do you make that connection? How do you tell people that are struggling to survive that they can make a difference when, on the other hand, they're hearing, but you need money?
Okay, 67 is the total number of counties.
Right. But what I'm saying is, when you go to those counties, what is the matching estimate?
Okay.
And then we might have Richard.
So we've been to a lot of counties, like you said, that they don't have a lot of money and people want to be involved, but they can't afford maybe to, if we host it at a restaurant, maybe they can't afford to come and eat with us, and that's perfectly fine. But the message there is, you want to make a change in your community, and it all starts local. We may not be able to tackle the beast full on, but let's work with someone that wants to run for city council, for the school board, that maybe you have a small town that is having a mayoral election. Let's get behind a progressive candidate there and start building the bench so that when they do grow, that we have a slate there to run, and that's really how it's going to happen. And I don't believe that you have to have a lot of money to make a change. You have to have the passion, and that's something that we're really passionate about. If you register voters and you turn out voters, you won. You can do it with $0 as long as you get the votes.
Yep, everything on my list there of what our county party does, we do it for nothing. We got a place to meet. Email doesn't cost anything. The only thing we spend money on is promoting our meetings on Facebook. And we spend $40 a month, and we hit 4,000 Facebook users in Shelby County. We target. And I think that's really good money well spent. But that's our only ongoing expenses. So, you need people who would have the willpower and the drive and the excitement, and then you start needing to meet regularly, things like that. And get a fundraiser too. We started with nothing, and we started raising money. We had 2 or 3 fundraisers, and now we got money in the bank. And anyway, you need money to run. If you're going to run, then you need money. But to build your organization and to build a party, a county party, you don't need a lot of money.
I think one of these ladies up here had their hands up, but Brandy.
I was just going to say,
Brandy, hold on one second. I want to make a comment. You said that some of the folks can't even afford to eat. I want to eat with you because I imagine you're meeting at a restaurant. I wondered if you found a community leader who's willing to help you organize to make a pot of beans and cornbread.
Yeah, and we do that.
Yeah.
It differs per county. I was just using that as an example.
Yeah, but that's for everybody. Find a community leader and do some bean and cornbread, and don't let the meeting go too long afterwards. Brandy, stand up, stand up.
To start a chapter of Young Gems, you have to pay a charter fee of $50. That's 5 people paying $10 a day, so that's affordable. And for anybody who's looking for a way to start organizing, check out Action Network. It's a free organizing platform. You can set up email accounts, set up membership lists, and keep track of those people for free. That's a good option to get started.
Resource question.
Well, it's not as I say it. My name is Tamika Wren, and I'm an attorney by trade. But here's my question, and I'll set up the context for it. I think the main reason why there's a lack of knowledge about how civic government works. There are also, too, people don't really understand how their vote in local, state, and national elections affects their day-to-day piece. The other thing that concerns me is that even today at this meeting, the conversation is so polarized. Not enough facts from my perspective. I guess I think if we really want to change and get people involved, I think people are tired of the spin. They're tired of being pulled emotionally. I I think we really need to put together some fact-based communications about what the issues are. And then let's just trust that individuals are doing that. So the piece that's missing for me is what organization is putting together the fact-based pieces on the issues. And then the second piece is, are you going out, are y'all just sitting by yourselves and saying, I think this is the issues, but how many groups or organizations are really going out in the community to find out what the issues are and what's important to them?
Okay, so I think the question is, what is your method of doing outreach
Well, no, my
concerning
question
the
is,
issues?
What group too is doing the fact-based, not opinion. Like I'm looking at this document here that says how the legislature really works, but it's kind of slanted with opinion. It's not. I guess I'm looking for here's the statute, here's what your role would be, here's how you propose. So who's going to do that? I don't know who produces this document.
We're thinking that's the next panel, so we're going to defer that. Let Bob answer.
May I say something?
Yes.
The document you hold up specifically is from Shay Farley, who's from the Southern Poverty Law Center. She's an experienced lobbyist. She will be here later with lots of facts about how to do effective lobbying.
I'm saying, do we get a communication though that lays out specifically responsible proposals?
How would you like to volunteer for that?
I
Seriously.
definitely will volunteer for it because I think what happens is
We have just 10 minutes left of the panel. We have wonderful resources up here. The gentleman right there was next. Cliff, and I'll get you, and then Nikki.
I'll go quick.
Okay,
Jerry,
question.
Just a quick comment. We had a meeting with a state senator, Shelby County Democrats, last week or so, and I don't know if this speaks to that issue or not, but we were able to determine that he actually was with us, Democrats, on at least 2 issues.
Right.
And he's a Republican.
Because you talk.
So-called conservative. And to Mr. Mock,
Okay.
we need all the minority. We have to build that. Of course, we all know that. But in my opinion, that's going to be the base of the party in Alabama. Is any outreach being done to the Islamic community?
Is any outreach being done to the Islamic community?
The facts in Jefferson County are we have 456,000 registered voters. We had approximately 67% turnout. 65% of the ballots cast were straight voting Democrats versus straight voting Republicans, 41%. We do not have Islamic numbers. I've got white voters are, let's see, it's here somewhere. It's 56% white, 41% black, 7% Hispanic, 3% other. So I'm assuming that 3% other is Islamic. We are reaching out. Jefferson County is reaching out to them. Folks, let's talk about the Democratic Party. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. And I know I've got just a minute, real quick. We don't have a functioning state Democratic Party. We all know that. We are trying to fill in the gaps. Jefferson County is trying its best to lead the way. We have tried to put things together. Ford, Alabama, Reform Caucus, all of y'all are working your tails off trying to identify Democrats. We're here because we want to get involved. We want to win. We need, I think, we have now got a great opportunity. We have been given, if you believe in it, a gift from God. We have a U.S. Senate seat that can be won. Why? Well, let's think about why. Why can this seat be won? Low turnout, December 18th. Okay? All we got to do is turn out us. We got to turn out us. We win. Do you understand? And now we need to understand what that means. That means the U.S. Senate, he can put a hold on any Republican nominee to the judiciary. Really? What does that mean? It's a 50-50 split in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah.
That is incredibly important.
Richard's standing way up here, so he can't see me.
Sorry.
But,
Is it
yeah,
done?
no,
No. Okay. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, Cliff? I think Cliff, yeah. I'll say
Well, I want to, it's not a question, I wanted to respond. Okay. I wanted to respond to the question about fundraising. There are a number of
Just shake it.
there are a number of counties that have identified or groups of people have come together, or a group of people have come together, formed a PAC and committed to giving a set amount of dollars per year. Now that could vary depending on what the demographics of the county are. But I know of one county that is very easily has $60,000 in the bank that they're ready to spend on local elections. So they don't need the state party in that regard. So set up a PAC, have people make commitments, and keep it going. It's working.
He's been waiting quite a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, can I make a comment first? We really should have had Forward Alabama in the first panel, because they're doing things like candidate recruitment, messaging. What's the other one I like to bring out? Candidate recruitment, messaging. Voter registration, there's a fourth one. But anyway, they should have been up here, but they put together some really good messaging. It doesn't matter how much money you have if you don't have a message to spread. Joellen Beckham back there, Ms. Blue Dot, put together some great commercials and memes, and we used them in Madison County for both radio and TV. So when you're thinking about raising money, think about what you're going to do with it and how you're going to get your message out. And I'm sure Joellen will be doing the same thing. Again, right? I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah, okay. Got to have a couple of dollars because we've got to produce them too.
But those are fact-based. Joellen is really pays careful attention that this is fact-based messaging.
They are, and that's all we'll ever put out.
Please look at those videos because they do, jobs, economy, health care,
Right.
are fact-based.
Okay.
Here. Fight for 15 has been fighting in the state to raise the minimum wage to a decent and living wage, at least 15 an hour. The state legislators came in when they were trying to raise it in Birmingham and really trampled over the local government. There was no message, or there was no cohesiveness from any of the groups that were supposed to have this message about raising the minimum wage and how we make it affordable living wage.
It's not exactly true.
Guys in this 2018 cycle want to be pushing the message with fight for 15 about minimum wage and fight for that, dealing with the message.
Question to the panelists is, how many would be fighting for a $15 minimum wage?
I spearheaded the Birmingham 10-10 minimum wage. I worked pretty hard on it, and it was a great success here in Birmingham. And we were very close to Tuscaloosa. We were going city to city. Huntsville, we were very close there in Huntsville. And then the state legislature, which is all Republican, they introduced this preemption legislation, which has been introduced around the country, which basically said only the state will determine the minimum wage, and cities have no right to do that. Now that we just challenged it on racial grounds and lost in court. When I retired, I started working on issues: education, Medicaid expansion, Affordable Care Act, minimum wage. And I got pretty darn frustrated because even though I had some success, as long as we didn't have power in Montgomery, that success was amounting to nothing. And that's why in the past year and a half I've said, I got to stop working on issues. I got to start electing Democrats to replace those Republicans, and then we can get our issues taken care of. And I'm really urging people who are, working on issues all the time to get involved in electoral politics. Because, you can have a little bit of a success with your issue, but those guys in Montgomery will take it away. And so we've got to be focused on getting good candidates and working on campaigns. And yeah, once we get some more control in Montgomery, we can do something maybe with the minimum wage. But until then,
What about those Democrats who don't fight for 15? What's the message for those Democrats who are not fighting?
in our state, the minimum wage is a dead issue. I mean, we can't get anything done with it because a law was passed to say it's out of our control. It's, cities can't do anything with it. Now, if we can get control of Montgomery and the governor's office, we probably could get that changed. But that's got to happen first. Otherwise,
I would point out that there are two different things at play here. One is the candidate has to go out with the messages that they think they can use to win that election. And then there's the party. There's the county party and there's the state party. In 2014, we should have come out as a state party against all those people who were running who had serious major flaws with their ability to perform and their values. But we didn't as a state party. County parties can hardly even do that too. So, anybody else want to address that?
One more thing. One more thing is David Faulkner, who is the state rep here in Mountain Brook, sponsored this and was a big proponent. And we have a candidate here, Felicia Stewart, who's running against him. So if the minimum wage, if you want a little revenge on the minimum wage and payback, support Felicia.
And I think we have, sorry, I missed you totally. We have time for one more question.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it because we're talking about organizing on the county and house district level, and this is directly relevant. Most of you in the room have no clue who I am, though I started volunteering in Alabama politics in 1997. I worked on Don Siegelman's first campaign for governor, and I worked my ass off. I'm a minister, so, but, I used to work 40 to 60 hours a week for free all through college, organizing the JSU College Democrats. I started the East Alabama Young Democrats. I was very involved. I did everything I was told to do to work my way up. And Marsha Folsom took me to Washington, D.C. to train me with Paul Begala, James Carville, Valerie Biden-Owens. I did everything I was always told to do. I was at every meeting, the Alabama Federation of Democratic Women, the state Democratic Executive Committees. I was on the county committee. We don't support young people getting involved in the process. We have no respect for young people getting involved in the process. When I ran for city council in Jacksonville, Alabama in 2004, I raised $700. I lost by less than 1% of the vote against a legacy candidate whose father had been a state senator. By knocking on doors, by meeting people. We don't have to have a lot of money, so we do have to have money to train people. So I want to know how you're going to engage young people. I want to know how you're going to unite disenfranchised people, including people of color and poor people.
Our executive director is part of the Young Democrats, Bo Bowden. We train young people, Jefferson County train young people all the time and encourage them to be involved. We got Randy is part of our executive committee. We got Josh Cohen up here. We, as a former Young Democrat, we emphasize young folks because we need the players to come up. We've got to have those players. Training young folks are my biggest concern in recruiting them. I think the other counties, what do y'all do for young people?
Josh is, first of all, we've got some, University of Montevallo is in Shelby County, and we work with that college group as much as we can. We're always invited to our meetings. Josh has formed a chapter of Young Democrats. And, I've been encouraging them to get involved with us. What worries me is they've got their own little thing going, and they're not part of our group, even, and I'd like them to be. I think it's, for 20-somethings, they have a lot of stuff going on in their lives sometimes, and unless they're a real idealist, they don't get involved in politics very well.
I think they're not engaged. I think we use them to help get our people, our candidates, elected or not elected, but we don't actually engage them in the process.
Okay, well, Nikki, I'm really sorry that happened to you. I fully understand. No, listen, to all of anybody, and I'll tell you in Madison County, we have a lot of young people who we have engaged. They're on our committee, they're on our committees of our committee, and I think there's a change here. When I first came into the party, I was still in my 50s, and I was considered a youngster. And I wasn't given any responsibilities really until more recently. But with the young people that have come out lately, we're not turning them away. We're putting them to work right now, not just to get people elected, but to help us make decisions. They're becoming parts of our fold, and I think that's happening in some counties, at least these. And Josh certainly is working towards that. So with that, we need to call an end to this one. Bob's got another person to introduce to you.
Josh, can you say it in 30 seconds?
That's okay.
Say it 30 seconds, please.
So, Nikki, thank you for saying that, because I think it is a problem. Our larger counties, Jefferson County, Huntsville, Montgomery, Mobile, they're really engaged with young people. It's when we go out to Alabama, we have college Democrat chapters, and we have young Democrat chapters, and high school Democrat chapters, and those people aren't acknowledged, and they're just there for workforce, like you said. But the bigger counties have embraced us, and it's getting the other counties to jump on board. So if you are on an executive committee of one of those counties and you don't have a young person on your committee, shame on you.
But the state rules require you, the state rules require you to have so many young people on the county committee. It requires it. Unfortunately, the state doesn't enforce it, okay? So, I mean.
Absenteeism. Okay, I want to thank our panel, and I want to thank y'all for participating. And while I still have the microphone, I want to thank Bob, because I know Bob had help, and Bob was the reason we're here too.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panel. And Pat, please come forward. Please come forward, Pat. Pat Vandermeer is the trainer for Forward Alabama. She is experienced with AAUW and the Ready to Run program, and has conducted a number of training for us, and she's going to talk about candidate recruitment.
Thank you, Bob. When Bob asked me to talk about candidate recruitment, I told him that, it isn't rocket science. There's nothing magical that suddenly is going to appear all these wonderful candidates. But looking forward to 2018, finding good candidates is important. And I don't know about you, but I had so many people come up to me and talk and say they went to the voting booth and there were no Democrats on the ballot. And this has got to change. And one of the things that we have to do is try to find better candidates. And what I'm going to talk about today is pretty logical, but it is critical to winning. So, how do you recruit candidates? Well, if you're an organization, and I'm kind of taking this from an organization standpoint, the first thing you have to think about is, what do you want? Make a list of the issues that you feel very strongly, that your organization feels very strongly about, and keep this list front and center throughout the whole process. Because when you begin to look for candidates and when you begin to talk to candidates, you're going to want to make sure that they agree with your issues and that they're going to vote when they're elected on those issues. Then, you've got to prioritize the races. And I know a lot of people are talking about, and I think it's a good strategy, is trying to have candidates in all the races. You can't, because you never know what can happen. But you can really, your organization is only going to be able to work on a certain number of races. So you want to look at the different races that are out there and which races are going to be important to get your issues moved forward. So an example is if education is an important issue to you, obviously you'd probably be looking at school board. Prison reform, unless it's maybe a local jails, you're probably going to be looking at the state legislature, because that's where they can make changes. So again, look at the positions and focus on that. And you know, we've got, as we've talked about today, Birmingham City has, in this year, in August, has got elections, citywide elections, 2018. All state races will be there, plus we'll have Congress. Look at those. And then do your homework. Because the first question you're going to be asked when you go talk to somebody is, can I win? So look at, do the numbers on this. And because that's an important question. Another, you've got your list. You know what races you're going to want to go into. Then you got to decide, well, what do I want in a candidate? So if you've got a job that you're trying to fill, the first thing you probably do is you create a want ad. So what are you looking? What are the qualities are you looking for in a candidate? What qualities don't you want in a candidate? You look at what skill sets and experiences they need. If this is a mayoral race, you're going to be looking at a different type of person and skill set than you're probably going to need one for someone who's going to be in the legislature. Some are very universal, but most others aren't. And again, I'm big on lists. You've got your list of issues, you've got your list of races. This is the list of candidate qualities and experiences that you want. And then you go, well, where do you find these people? And the first place to look is within your own organization. Look for there. Look for people with strong leadership skills. Who's helping? Who's out there organizing? Who's doing things? Who's getting things done in your community? Who are on boards, PTA, churches, other organizations? These are going to be important as you find your candidate as they begin campaigning. Candidates, people that have strong social networks. It's critical. And remember, and this is very important, we need to find people from all backgrounds when we're recruiting. We don't want to look at just one profession or one age group. We need and want a diverse representation. So look beyond yourself and who you are. So once you have that list, you spread the net out and you found your recruits. You've talked to different people and you've got your list. Then you start to look at the pros and cons of it. Do they have a social network? Biggie, I know people don't like to do this, but can they raise money? And are they able to help self-fund some of it? Are they a good speaker? Are there other things about them? Also, if you find someone that on your list that you say, wow, this person is really great, but for some reason they can't run right now. Maybe they're just not as seasoned as you need for that position, or maybe there's a parent that's sick. Don't give up on that person. If someone is not quite seasoned enough, encourage that person to get training. There's lots of training out there. And then prioritize who you want to talk to. Who's your first choice, second choice, third, and that. Then you meet with your candidate. And one thing, the first thing you probably know is that they probably have never considered running for office. You know, there are some people out there that have wanted to run for office forever, but most people don't. I was at a training a couple of months ago, and we were going around the room introducing ourselves, and one woman said, I've been wanting to run for office since I was 14. I mean, that's great, but most people are not like that. So remember, this is not something they probably considered. And when you're talking to them, when you're having coffee or lunch, you know, start by kind of talking to them about saying, you know, we're starting to look for candidates for X race, and we wanted to get your thoughts on this. And this way that you can, we know they live in their district, and they're active in the community, so you really do want to get their input. But you also, at this point, make sure that they agree with your issues. Because if they don't, then really that's not the candidate that you're going to want to run for office. And then at some point, you transition. You know, sort of like, you know, your name keeps popping up as someone who would be really great. Have you ever considered running? And once you've made that transition, you've made your ask. And remember one thing, if you're recruiting a woman, research has shown that you have to ask at least 7 times before they say yes. So don't give up. And just a little side on this, Hewlett-Packard did a study several years ago where they looked at women applying for positions, and a woman would apply for a position if she was 100% qualified. A man, on the other hand, would apply if he felt he was 60% qualified. So that's you kind of see why you really need to push women more, and it's important. Don't let them say no. After you've met with people, you set a time you meet again, because I mean, they're probably not going to right away say yes. But if you get a warm response, ask them to make up a list of 100 or 50 names of people in their district who would vote for them. And why is this important? One, it's a red flag if they don't do it or they're really slow, because it takes hard work to run for office. And two, it's right, you're beginning to organize the campaign already. You're beginning to put together a list of people that would be donors and volunteers. And make sure that this person has the time and energy for the campaign. Some people have work commitments that they just can't put the time into it. So you really want to make sure that if you're going to put your effort into this campaign and this candidate, that they are going to be putting in the time and effort. And also begin to help them articulate why they should be run, why they should run, and what they're going to accomplish when they win. And this is going to help later when you develop into their messaging for their campaign. And then a key factor here is articulating to them the support you're going to give them once they decide to run. And this is important because you can't just ask someone to run and say, oh, my job is done, it's over. Your organization is going to have to be there and being there to help and support them. And then you also can brainstorm for ideas. Help them with their campaign plans. Training, if the person needs training. I mean, we've heard several things today about training. You know, there's Ready to Run. Online, there's She Should Run. Emerge is another. There's national groups like Wellstone that offer training, week-long training sessions. So make sure there's training available. Even if they think they know what to do, more training is important. If you're not the county party and you're another organization that is trying to recruit people, you should then go to your county party. They will be happy that you recruited someone that's good. And because you also need their support. Also, contact other groups in your community. If you're in Birmingham, Greater Birmingham Dems, Ward, Alabama. If you're up in Huntsville, Madison County Democratic Women is another group. Lee County Democrat Club is another group that if you're in that area that you want to contact, because you're going to want as many volunteers and help as you can with the campaign. And you want these people to be excited about their campaign. So, it's pretty short, it's pretty logical, but it's critical. And the reason why we're here today on a Saturday, which is now turned sunny, is because we want to get accountable community leaders in office. We want to get our agenda. Doug was talking earlier about how to make change. We're going to make change when we get in Alabama and the state legislature, when we get rid of the supermajority. And that means we need to get good candidates. And that's pretty simple. Any questions? Great. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
How important do you think a primary process is? And at some levels that are probably non-existent, and at others it may be very important.
In terms of having a primary?
Yes.
You know, obviously, if you've got a great candidate, you really would rather spend that time running for office and not running against someone else. But it can help someone get experience. Yes.
When I was
the other thing that I couldn't come up with was training, and Pat does that training. Pat, maybe you could tell a little bit about the training that Forward Alabama does. And,
We've done several types of training. We have done some basic level training of launching your campaign, deciding to become a candidate, roles in a campaign, developing your campaign plan, developing your campaign message, and helping candidates with that. We've also done some very hands-on work with candidates where we've really spent time just honing in on their message. We've also done something that we thought was really good. A stump speech is really important. Your first impression is so important. And so what we've done is we had some candidates where we asked them to come with a 3 to 5 minute stump speech. And we recorded them and then critiqued them and helped them really fine tune that so that they really had a good speech that they could deliver. So we do those kinds of things, volunteer training, all different kinds of training. Yeah.
So you talked a lot about outreach with Democratic groups, but what about people who don't fall into the Democratic bucket, who are progressive and can mobilize people, more like a Bernie Sanders or someone like that? How do we get those people?
Well, I just use those organizations, but we'll say if the environment is your issue, even if environmental groups. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Democratic group, but if you really reach out to all the different kinds of groups that you think would support your candidate. So, really, there's a lot of groups out there that don't say that aren't quite Democratic. Yeah.
I appreciate your training. Thank you. You're not the only one who does this. They always talk about candidates who can help fund. This will never engage people who are from lower socioeconomic status backgrounds. And so how do we, as the Democratic Party, make sure that we're inclusive and provide representation for all people and run candidates who don't come from wealthy backgrounds, working class and poor Americans?
Well, I think one thing that I know that Shelby County has done is offered to help pay for the fee to run so that they don't have to do that. And I think just getting with other organizations and trying to raise money through them too. I agree. It's hard, but you are going to have to raise some money, and it's going to just for simple things. I know you said you didn't spend very much money, and what you did is you hit the streets and knocked on doors, which is important.
Pat, Anthony is here,
and
but he's being interviewed.
Okay.
Media caught him as he walked in the door.
Okay.
So continue taking questions.
Back there.
Okay, kind of a different networking question. I was reading an article a few weeks ago about the Alabama Future Caucus. That's a group of millennials in Montgomery, legislator already in the legislature, that are coming together, Republican and Democrats, about millennial issues. I'm just curious if you guys have reached out or if there's any kind of networking, because if millennials can come together on both parties on certain issues, it seems like that would be a good thing.
I think Anthony Daniels is probably going to, when he speaks, is going to speak to that. So if you can just wait until he's up here. Get ready?
Yeah, there are those races where I don't think the Democrats had a good shot for a while, but I think it's important that we just get candidates running and really move in that direction. So how do you convince somebody to run for office if they don't necessarily have a great shot at winning?
Her question was how do you get people to run? I mean, there are what are placeholders, and that's okay in some of these races. I think because I think it's important on several levels. One, you never know what can happen, and they could win. And two, it begins to develop a baseline, a data baseline of Democratic voters, so that going forward, you've got some statistics that you can use when you do find a candidate that you do have a chance to win. So I think it's critical, and I think you just have to, tell someone, okay, we know you're not going to have to spend a lot of time or effort on this, but we just need your name on the ballot. Yeah.
Specifically about candidates, we've done some candidate development and we're successful. But a question you have to ask is, can they actually do jobs? So someone who is poor, they can't take time off from their job to go down to Montgomery and serve as a legislator. That's why we've got so many lawyers and two little boys on food stamps when I ran for city council, and it was a $500 a month job. And it's up to me to decide what I can afford to do.
I know, but you still have to ask the question, though. You have to say, if you want to be in the state legislature.
Oh, they need to understand what it involves, but there are plenty of us who work for free all the time just because we believe in it.
I know, but I'm just saying, when you're identifying candidates, one of the things you have to be realistic about is what it will actually take to be in that position. What do you do when you're a state legislator? You spend a whole lot of time in Montgomery. What do you do when you're on the city council? You have committee meetings. So you've got to understand what doing the job will take, as well as all of the other things.
Well, I think it's a question you can ask, and again, I think to your point, the candidate has to be able to answer that question, whether they think they can do that or not. Yeah.
Have you ever recruited any candidates at community events, festivals, or?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever recruited any candidates at community events?
Yes.
At
festivals?
Yeah, right. And you mentioned about.
I mean, what you do is you meet people.
Yeah, right.
So when you're doing voter registration or things like that, you're meeting people, and again, you're casting that net out and trying, and the more people you meet, the more potential people.
Well, exactly. But you got to know them, right? That's all it is.
It's a man in the back.
Yeah.
Adam Jordan, Lee County. Going to Randy's point, how do you get someone to be a placeholder? Being a placeholder is great because you can say whatever you want. Donald Trump was a placeholder, man. My question for you is, and you may have already answered this, but can we use the 2017 Senate election to get people energized, and then people who are volunteering there, can we get them to be as candidates?
Yes. I mean, we should be using that because we're going to, I mean, one of the things that you're going to want to be doing is you're going to be identifying Democrats that can then help in 2018. So yes, this is, Richard kept saying this, and I think he's absolutely right. This is a gift for us.
Okay. Find a candidate, a good candidate, urge him or her, preferably her, to run, and never forget that you can't win an election unless you're a candidate for office. 2 words, always remember in an election in the state of Alabama, Guy Hunt. Guy Hunt.
Well, and
the most surprised person that night that he won was Guy Hunt. And I know, because my family is from Coleman.
Well, and you never, everything has kind of changed. Oklahoma just last week had a special election for a state legislature position, and this was a state legislative district with 70% for Donald Trump. This was a red district. The person who, in that race, the Democrat unfortunately lost, but only by 52 votes. So the landscape is changing. Joanne?
Yeah, I think that everybody should be aware, whatever office that somebody is talking about running for, that they be aware of when the election dates are, when the qualifying dates are. If it's a local race, it's probably going to be during the summer, and then there's a backup period. You have to go back and you have to find out when that qualifying period opens. For the state party, for the state level, and whatever for next year. You can start raising money 1 year before the primary, so it's sometime like the first or second week of June. Qualifying will open up sometime in November and will be over by February 9th next year. And I should also say that if you're planning to run to be a member of the SDEC, you actually go on the ballot, and so you're in that same qualifying period that you have to qualify by February 9th.
I think I want to make sure that, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
There he is.
I don't need this.
Yes, you do.
I just want to. Okay, well, should I use my teacher voice or should I stand at the podium? Whichever one you want me to do.
I want to hear you.
Good morning. Good morning. Is that better? Yes. All right. It's certainly an honor and a pleasure to be here today among grassroots individuals that are really excited, engaged, and becoming more engaged in the process, in the political process. As you can see in Montgomery, we're dealing with a whole lot we're dealing with a lot, but we're not dealing with anything. As you can see over the course of the last week, there have been an active filibuster and reading of the bill, 535-page bill. That was as a result of the actions that have been taken by the other side. They focused a lot of their attention on running us over and over again. And we've decided that we're going to use the rule book and the rules to fight back. And but one of the things that's been interesting, talking to some of my colleagues on the other side, they've had very little input on the redistricting process themselves. So there's obviously the backroom deals being made and individuals calling the shots from behind the scenes that don't care about the people of Alabama. This fight is not about black or white, rich or poor, or Democrat or Republican. These issues are about protecting county boundaries. One of the things that you see right here in Jefferson County, there are a number of representatives that are coming as far as from Fayette, Alabama, all the way to Jefferson County to have an impact on local legislation. We should not have representatives coming from other areas that certainly have the population that whereas they could protect, they're able to be a representative for the county that they live in and the surrounding county. There's enough population in those areas for them not to have to come to Jefferson County. That leads me to believe that they have some type of ulterior motive as to why they want to get their hands on on impacting Jefferson County. The same thing in Madison County. We have a senator that comes from Florence, Alabama, all the way into North Huntsville. There are 3 senators that are within a 1-mile radius in one community, concentrated community in Huntsville. Huntsville has a population of about 190,000 people. We can certainly have 4 of our own House members, and we can also have a senator, well, 2 senators representing us. But instead, we have like 6 senators representing 190,000 people because they wanted to be able to move these Senate districts so that Democrats would have an opportunity to make a comeback, so that they can make the Democratic Party the party of African Americans and the Republican Party the party of Caucasians. But until we have to continue to fight this issue. We're going to probably go back to court, so we'll get ready for that. We believe that if, in fact, the other side had followed the traditional redistricting principles of protecting county boundaries, Democrats could possibly take back the House of Representatives in 2018. But in doing so, we have to have activists just like the individuals that are in this room. Yeah, I know that the 2016 election probably brought a lot of you to becoming more active and engaged in the Democratic Party or in the progressive movement. But what we have to do as Alabamians, we have to care about what goes on in our state. We have to care enough to start recruiting candidates to run for office all over the state. The districts all over the state. We've seen in Georgia that a 27-point district, a Republican favored district, could possibly become a Democratic district. Many of us think about the statewide races. We've given up on statewide races. We've given up on local races, municipal races. We've given up on legislative races. Just because we don't believe the numbers are there, those days are over. We have to unite organizations. We have to create a C3 and C4 structure that's going to be sustainable long term. Traditionally, we've allowed a few individuals to control Democratic politics, which has really weakened the Democratic Party overall. And so, for me, I'm not an adversarial person. I believe that there's an opportunity for all of us to work together. My message has been consistent no matter what part of the state that I'm speaking in. It is that we have to unite around common vision, common goals. We cannot merely put all of our faith in one or two or three individuals. We're all progressives. We all want to see Alabama prosper. We all want to be a part of that process. But if we continue to be divided or by issues or by interests, we'll never get to that point. All of us want the same thing. Do we not want better jobs in Alabama? Do we want a better education system?
Yes.
Do we want access to quality health care for all Alabamians?
Yes.
Do we want to focus on sentencing reform and reducing recidivism so that every individual in the state of Alabama will have an opportunity, regardless of the mistakes that they made in their past, will have a shot at the American dream right here in Alabama? Do we want to remove the tax off groceries? All of these things, none of these things will happen without us uniting and organizing. Whatever personal belief or personal feelings we have toward those that we don't think are leading us properly, we have to engage ourselves and be involved and be a team player. Let's figure out what's going to work. How are we going to take back Alabama? How are we going to create more jobs and opportunities for our young people so that we retain them in the state of Alabama? There are more graduates leaving the state of Alabama in other areas than we're retaining. How are we going to make college more affordable so that our young people want to go to a four-year institution? Just in Tennessee, I heard the other day in Tennessee that their community college is about to be free. I think it's one of the first states in the country. Because they are focusing on investing in their people. Investing in their people. And that's what we have to do in Alabama. But we're not going to be able to do this with just talking heads or politicians that tell you one thing in your community and then go down to Montgomery or Washington and do something different. I'm happy to see so many people stepping up to the plate. There's a young lady I was very excited about, I'm still excited about, that decided that she was going to challenge Mr. Faulkner. And for me, it's exciting to see so many people challenging so many of these representatives all across the state. But as a party and as progressives, we got to make certain that these candidates have the resources that they need to be successful. We got to make certain that we modernize our campaigns. It's not only at the door, but online. We got to focus on getting mentors for our candidates, individuals that have held office before, so that they understand how to run for office. We got to provide the playbook so that they understand. We got to stop electing Republican-like Democrats in this state, because that does not help me in my job. At one point in my tenure, in the beginning, I thought what I was seeing on television of Democrats losing elections were because of these wedge issues that the Republicans have divided our state and our country on. But when I look at the results in a midterm election versus a presidential election, the midterm election, you spend millions of dollars to help Democrats. In a presidential election, there's no money spent in Alabama. But the turnout is much higher in a presidential election than a midterm election. For an example, Bob Vance 900-some thousand votes in a presidential election. Well, that's 200,000 more votes in a midterm election. I mean, the win number in a midterm election. Our number has been traditionally an average between 600,000 and 700,000 votes in a midterm election. Do you know that Bentley in 2010 got 850,000 votes, but in 2014, with a 79% approval rating, dropped 150,000 votes? Why? Any incumbent that has a higher approval rating should have an increase in turnout rate. But it's because we have been running candidates that are too Republican-like. Being progressive is not a bad word in Alabama. It shouldn't be a bad word in Alabama. And I've had to learn this myself because I'm one of those individuals that was running away from these wedge issues. We talk about being pro-life, and we talk about being pro-choice. But we have to change the narrative because I don't think anyone in this room wants to use abortion as a birth control. But when you listen to the other side, that's what they believe. That's what they're feeding the people in the mind. How can you be pro-life when you don't take care of the child once they're born? How can you be pro-life when you decided not to expand Medicaid? How can you be pro-life when you continue to take money from our public education system and divert it to private schools and the AAA funding and charter schools? So we got to change the narrative and stop running away from these issues. We got to talk back. We also got to stop following the traditional special interests that we've been following as Democrats. We've been carrying the water for a number of groups for years. Those same groups are working against us right now. Those are called transactional donors. Unless you can do something for them, they're not going to support you. So what we have to do is we have to take back and go on the offense. Yeah, we've been playing some decent defense, but if we continue to get scored on, that means that our defense is not that strong. So I've urged these same groups to let's have an offensive strategy. I can no longer sit back and allow our children, the high school dropout rate to increase, poverty, people falling into poverty or living one paycheck from being in financial ruin. I can't allow the payday lending industry to continue to take advantage of the people that we are serving in these states. Yeah, there are Democrats that I'm talking to that are guilty of taking and being supported by the payday lending industry. I can't get them to stand down and support reforms to payday lending because they're already bought and paid for. That is unacceptable in Alabama. That's why you guys have to organize and unite as organizations. I know that we care about our own little organization and we try to protect our own little organizations. And we don't want to share or work with other organizations. But that's not a winning strategy. In New Mexico, in North Carolina, in Georgia, they've created a progressive table. A number of progressive organizations all working together on strategic plans, on issues that they're going to organize around. And guess what? They're holding Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, all of them accountable. They're recruiting candidates against individuals that continue to be untruthful to the people that they're serving. They're running new candidates, young candidates, women. I prefer women. Yeah. Because it's something about women, they think different than we do. Yeah. They look at the details. We look at the big picture. But women, they look at the details they'll tell you how to get to the big picture. How do you accomplish that goal? Oftentimes we have these lofty ideas, and I'm guilty of that. And so my wife has to rein me back in and just really help me through the process. And so my thing is, we have run away from things that have been important to us. but we have an opportunity to right this wrong. We have an opportunity to organize and resist the president, this Alabama legislature, and whoever else is running for office. And we're going to have an opportunity to elect a Democrat to the U.S. Senate this year. But we must not stay home and sit on our hands like we did in 2016. The same thing in 2012, 2014, and especially 2010. The reason we're fighting the redistricting now is because the turnout, how low the turnout was in 2010, that allowed the other side to wipe out the majority of our Democrats. And they're continuing to go down the same road with these unconstitutional lines that I believe will be rejected. And the courts will probably end up redrawing the district lines, which will create more opportunities for those of you that are in this room and individuals within your communities and around the state to have an opportunity to run for office and do the right thing. Right now, in Montgomery, I've heard from approximately 17 individuals that is not running for re-election. That gives us an opportunity in 2018. And Bob, I'll tell you exactly who they are. That gives us an opportunity because you're not running against an incumbent. Someone with tremendous amount of name ID. But the bad part about it, I was hoping to expose their voting record. And how they've been voting against the interests of the people that they're representing. And so in Alabama, what we have to do is we have to build the C3 and C4 infrastructure. We have to organize on college campuses because we've not talked to our college students, our young people. I have not seen a campaign in Alabama that have talked about making college more affordable. I've not seen a campaign in Alabama that have engaged young people on figuring out ways to retain them in the state of Alabama. I've not seen a campaign that talks about progressive issues. That's why they say in Alabama we're no different than the other side. Because the issues that we're discussing, it makes them, as a progressive, it makes you stay home. Because you feel like you're voting for another Republican, but it's a Democrat. And so, but we'll have an opportunity to turn this around in 2018. But we can't forget about our municipal races as well. I think that in order to build a farm team long term, you must also look at building and rebuilding the municipal infrastructure and the municipal office holders in your state, in your county. You got to make sure that you're electing good people to the council. Of course, mayor. But other offices all around your community, because that can be, those individuals can be the farm team to legislative races or statewide races. Instead, we continue to start with candidates that's their first time out with very little name ID and very little resources. And we're unable to really help those individuals get elected, and they become discouraged about the process, and then they go away and you never see them again. We can no longer eat our own. At the very least, individuals that run for the legislature will have one of the best digital strategies that this state has ever seen. And regardless of whether or not the district is trending Republican, you got to look at these other examples. In Kansas, the House Democrats picked up 13 House seats, even with Trump on the ballot, in rural areas. And so, traditionally, we've only campaigned on I-65. We got to get back into rural communities. I know that some of you in this room are former educators or currently educators, but it's good, and we support public education, we support education. But I can't go to Barbara County and knock on the door of an individual that is making $15,000 a year and tell them that I want to increase teacher salaries. I got to tell that individual how I'm going to take them from $15,000 to $20,000 to $25,000 to $30,000. What type of jobs that I'm going to be able to bring in that area so that it revives that community. We're talking to people about the wrong issues. We're not talking to the heart or from the heart. We got to start getting back to the basics. There's been proven examples all across this country where that has happened. And so what we have to do is we have to run a different type of campaign in a rural area. We have to localize the campaign a little bit. We have to make certain that the issues that we're talking about are resonating with the people that we're talking to. I know I can't go into Mountain Brook and talk about certain issues or talk about jobs. That's not going to move that person from their couch to the voting booth. So we got to start looking at ways to really micro-target how we run campaigns. And don't go out here and hire all these big consultant firms. They're going to tell you exactly what you already know, and they're going to charge you a large amount of money. But we're going to work with all groups around the state on packaging and putting together campaigns, probably 3 or 4 different models based upon the income level of that particular county, and share with you which issues work in which areas, but also finding out which local issues resonate with the majority of the people in those areas. We're going to have an intern program this summer where we'll have about 20 interns, college students from around the state, that will be going into rural areas and areas that we have not traditionally campaigned in, so that we're able to find out what's on the minds of the people in Alabama. We're going to be able to put together a package that helps you understand who are the opinion leaders in every county. If I wanted to contact somebody in Baldwin County, who's the person that I pick up the phone and call? They can tell me everything that's going on. How are we going to get folks that used to identify with the Democratic Party back into the Democratic Party? We've got to stand for something. Because right now, the other side while they're focusing on who goes in what bathroom, or who's carrying a gun on the college campus, or who adopts what families adopt what children, or prevent those individuals from being able to adopt into a loving home, while we're focusing on trying to create jobs. We've been talking to the other side since the beginning of session. When are we going to? We have a 6.2% in rising unemployment rate. It's 3rd highest in the United States. But we're talking about issues that does not create any jobs. Does going in a bathroom or what bathroom create any jobs? Does the emoluments bill create any jobs? And the 10 Commandments is coming this week. Those issues don't create any jobs. So instead of getting sucked into these issues, folks, we got to talk about what we're for. And we got to define who we are and what we stand for. Yeah, we've created a legislative agenda, but we want to make certain that the average person understand where we are. That's why on June 8th and 9th, we're hosting a pro-growth policy conference right here in Jefferson County at Ross Bridge. And at this pro-growth policy conference, we'll be focusing on the issues on our legislative platform, our legislative agenda, and we'll be discussing how policy-wise, here's where we are as a state on this particular issue, and here's what we want to do going into the next session. So that we're playing offense and making certain that we're educating individuals that support our cause. But in order for us to do that, we need your participation. We want individuals that have never been engaged before. We want executive boards of groups like Indivisible, the Women's March, Resist, NAACP, Sierra Club, whatever organization, progressive organizations around this state, so that you understand where we are. Because I think that is the missing piece to Democrats winning elections in Alabama. Moving that person from their couch to the voting booth. How do you do that? You got to talk about things that they are concerned about. And so we got to focus on our data. But we all got to we have to work together, because right now we're working in our small groups. And there's no one centralized data point to where we're feeding into a data system to where it can help individuals all around the state. We're not communicating the right message. I've met with about 125 Democratic donors that give nationally but don't give in the state. And the one consistent message from them is that we don't know what you guys stand for. You know, there are other things that are obvious that I won't talk about on camera. Other individuals that they've mentioned as well. But I just want us to really focus our attention on getting back to the basics and organizing from the ground up and having conversations with folks that may be misinformed on the other side, because about 90% of them are, and educate them on the issues and where we stand. Now, when you get on the certain social issues, I don't spend any time on those issues. I said those issues have already been settled at the federal level. What are we going to do about that in Alabama? But they've used those issues to try to put fear into the minds and hearts of voters that are in areas that have traditionally been voting against their own interests. But we have a strategy to combat that. Asking them, what are you doing for those that are born? What have you done for those that are born? And I think that going into 2018, it'll give us the momentum that we need to start winning seats back. We want to win seats in Cobb in Alabama. And I think that there's an opportunity. We should not write off any county. Because guess what? If we don't campaign in every county, it impacts the entire ticket. We want to ask individuals to get out there and run for governor, lieutenant governor, and other constitutional offices. But we want to limit our involvement in organization and organizing to certain counties and communities. You can't do that. We have to get everything that we can get from local communities. And so I want to see, for my goal is to have at least 80% of the House legislative districts challenged. 80%. And we want to provide a roadmap to those candidates. And we're going to go through, we're going to have a candidate boot camp to really help them understand, because they can't afford a lot of these consultants. But we're going to provide that as a service and as a guide so that you have something to go off of. We can centralize our digital strategy to micro-target in your district, and we're going to be able to cross that to the voter file so that you're targeting the right voters, and so that you're spending most of your time on those voters that are not partisan. They may be, their scorecard is not really strong Democratic. And that's what I did. I focused on in my campaign. I focused on a lot of these independents and light Republicans. And I sat down with them and I knocked on their doors. I sat in their living rooms and I had them host house parties and things like that. I didn't alienate or go away from the base Democratic voters, because I knew that there was a plan to get them engaged as well. I didn't ignore them, but they're a lot of volunteers as well. And so what we got to do is we got to run a smarter campaign, because we've never had to run campaigns in this state. There have always been organizations that have taken their responsibility based upon the candidates that were chosen. And so I ask each and every one of you today to stand with me and the rest of the Democratic caucus and Democratic elected officials across the state and let's take Alabama back in 2018.
About 10 minutes for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for your remarks. I'm all about voting smarter. I know we work hard on it, but the issue comes when we actually get the people to the ballot. In districts like mine, when we get there are no Democrats. And so what is our strategy when we don't have contested elections? And what should we do? You talked about we're going towards Republican-like Democrats, but we're stressed out trying to find Democratic-like Republicans on our ballot. So how do we converge those two issues?
It depends on the district, and it depends on the county. If you're in Shelby County, we saw some data from the last election. I think about, Doug, 22,000 individuals voted for Hillary Clinton. 23,000 voted for Hillary Clinton from Shelby County. Well, I don't think that there is a Democrat elected in Shelby County, is it?
No.
So seeing those trends forces us to focus our attention on areas like that. One of the strategies that I have moving forward is doing town halls in areas that does not have Democratic representation. So sending surrogates into those areas to do town halls, but they're carrying the message, the Democratic message. And so that what they're doing is those individuals that feel just like you will have an opportunity to meet a like-minded individual, a leader, that have been elected to office or probably running for office, and it gives them an opportunity to talk about the issues that are important to them. Because I can assure you that because we don't have individuals on the ballot does not mean that we don't have Democrats in those communities. And so we've written them off as though we don't have Democrats in those communities, but that's not true. Because in Shelby County, there's a lot of Democrats. If you go to one of their meetings, I've heard about their meetings, the room is filled. And so there's a lot of energy out there, but it's just that people are now coming out of the closet of being a Democrat, out of the house, I don't want to use the closet, coming out as Democrats because of this Trump factor. And so they've been kind of closet Democrats for a while, and so now they're bold and they're coming out, and so now it's time for us to do these town halls all across the state. We want to be able to do it. We're going to do a town hall in Shelby County, although there's no Democrat there, but it gives us an opportunity to kind of build momentum in those counties and start the process. And so when our constitutional office holders, they're running, we're organizing those individuals in those counties that we've traditionally written off. And that may not even have a county chair. Some of them don't. Yes, sir.
Well, they got a great plan, inspiring. I appreciate that. Where is the where is the leadership and the organization to implement that plan coming from?
We are initiating that. What we have now, the caucus, the Democratic caucus, and other stakeholders that are not happy with what's going on. Now, I don't want to reveal a lot of the names, of course. But I will tell you this: there is a table where there's about 6 progressive groups that are all doing the coordinated campaign. They're going to be working to do coordinated campaign going into 2018. There's also C3 organizations that are going to do civic engagement, voter registration, civic engagement, voter registration, voter education. The voter education piece is extremely important. It's important that it comes from a third party or an organization that's not a Democratic organization, because if I walk up to your door and I have an elephant on my chest, you're probably not going to open the door. Or if I say I'm coming on behalf of the Republican Party, you're not going to open the door. So that's the same thing on the other side, on our side. So what we have to do is, these organizations that focus on issue-based education, they have to be the ones to go into these areas and start educating voters. Because we can't do it, they're going to resist us. And so we have to take a different approach. And this model has worked in Georgia, North Carolina, and a lot of other places. This is not a new model. We're just doing what's worked in other areas. And then that way we're able to engage a much broader and touch a much broader group of people. Because a lot of times there are organizations in this state that do voter registration alone as one organization. But when you're doing voter registration as 20 and 30 organizations, you can cast the net wider and go into areas that are not traditionally Democratic areas. And so that's kind of a starting point. That's how you do the voter registration and voter education piece. That piece has to come before any other piece comes. And the candidate recruitment piece has to be going on at the same time on the electoral side. And that's what we intend to focus our attention on. Doug.
You might want to clarify for everybody. When you said C3, C4, I was not quite sure what you're talking about. But what's a 501c3? What's a 501c4?
I'll give you an example. These are not organizations that have signed up. I'm just giving an example. So you have Greater Birmingham Ministerial Alliance, a fellowship. That's a C3 organization. You have groups like the NAACP that's a C3. You have Planned Parenthood, that's a C3. You have Everytown, that's a C3. So there are a number of groups around the state that have 501c3 status that focuses on issue advocacy. So those groups will all be working together and putting together a strategic plan so that they're all focusing on voter registration and voter education together, not separate. A C4 is an organization that can be involved that's tax deductible but not tax exempt but not tax deductible. Those organizations can focus on the electoral side of the house. So they can say, you know, David Johnson voted to increase your taxes 5 times. If they're saying that, it runs David's negatives up, and then they say, oh, Jake Wilson is a fine representative who vote with the people of Alabama or his district. So what happens is, without saying you're endorsing one candidate because you can't, you're running the negatives up on one candidate and you're running the positives up on the other. And so that's how you got to organize as a unit. And this will be coming from those CP4 organizations. Joanne?
Okay, the GOP healthcare plan, as passed, currently gives the state legislature and governors in every state in the United States the ability to deny health care by those options of excluding pre-existing conditions and 10 essential benefits. So this means that every single state and office and legislator office becomes something that we can attack with health care. We can actually use it in 2018 in Alabama, and does the Democratic caucus have plans on how to use that specific issue, however it evolves when it finally gets normalized?
So what we've done digging on is we've taken 45's budget, and we've gone through the budget to figure out how does this impact Alabama and individual counties and areas. And so we're going to roll that out going into, throughout the summer at our town halls, and we'll be providing talking points to the surrogates that are going to be conducting those town halls so that the people in those counties understand the impact that this particular proposed budget has on their local communities. And so that's kind of what we're going to do first. I'm very data driven, and so we are going to do a deep dive poll to figure out whether or not these issues are getting any penetration. I will tell you this, and you guys, I was shocked when I heard it, but I saw it. The Mike Hubbard situation, the Bentley situation, the Mark Fuller situation, and the Roy Moore situation does not move voters away from the Republican Party. So it has to be issues that impact them and their families directly. That is the only way you're going to be able to move those voters. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are right now. Because they've pushed this propaganda for so long to where, you know, they're just saying that this is unbelievable how these folks continue to get elected. Yes.
Let's make this the last one, please, because we're already into lunchtime.
She had a, make sure we get her.
Okay, eating at lunchtime, so everybody be quick, please.
For the young folks who want to get involved in the process, but are tired of seeing the same people who have been in office for years and years continue to run for those offices, how do those younger voters energize enough to go to the polls to vote for the incumbents who've been in the Democratic incumbents who've been in office for 30, 40 years and are just there and not being leaders?
Now, I have to be partisan on this question. My goal is to protect incumbents and pick up seats in targeted areas. That's just my responsibility as a minority leader. And so, I can't advise you on how to defeat those individuals, because then I'll be giving you the playbook to what I'm fighting against, right? But in any person that wants to run for a state office, you have the right to do so. But what you have to do is you can't just say what they have not done. You got to talk about what you want to do. And it has to be realistic. If I said that I want to take Alabama from 49th in some area to #1, that's not reasonable, and that's not something that people are going to pay attention to. If I say 49th to 40th or 30th or something in 5 years, then that's reasonable and that's reachable. And so that's more realistic, and that's how you get to communicate with voters, because remember, when you say that, you got to run again in the next 4 years. And so somebody else will use that against you. And so we just want to make certain that we're honest and that we're strategic about how we run and when we run.
So how do we as individuals get involved with the Progressive Coalition of Alabama?
Well, we'll have a sign-in sheet today where, I don't know if you're going to do any additional sign-in sheets.
We have sign-in sheets if they have registered. We have their email address.
So go back to the registration booth and make certain that you put a note there that you want to be involved in.
So is Forward Alabama the Progressive Coalition?
I wouldn't say we're the Progressive
They're
Coalition,
part of
but we're going to be at the table with Anthony. I'm going to stick to my word and stop it. I want to
I'll stand
also,
around.
Okay, great. And so you can take some of your lunchtime and talk with Representative Daniels. I want to say one thing too. Before you get up and run, out on the front table there is what's called a push card from the Minority Caucus. So please pick that up. It talks about the legislative agenda and everything that they have laid out for this term that will be carried over the next term. One other announcement. Dana, raise your hand. That's Danner Klein. He's running. He's running in CD6, and he will be hanging around in lunch to talk to you and kibitz with you and whatever. So,
I'd love to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Write a check.
That's it.
All right, everybody, come on back for lunch from lunch at 12:40.
Hazards of the job.
Okay, it's a good thing that I do 30-second commercials, because that's all I've got. Okay, big deal, Friday morning, Kelly Ingram Park. National tour, sponsored by a whole bunch of national unions, the 2017 Exposed Walmart Tour. 9 a.m., Kelly Ingram Park, Friday. I have little flyers I can give you. I would love you all to come. I would love you all to post. I need a couple speakers that are intimately involved, either with local government or with maybe labor lawyers, something like that. And if you just ask me, I'll give it to you. And I love you. Was that 30 seconds? Okay, go. Boom.
That's Linda Barron, by the way, long stalwart of Holy Mountain Democrats, Greater Birmingham Democrats in Fort Alabama, and local advertising. And Mike asked for a second to speak as well, with some advice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a total amateur at this. What I've been doing, I've been learning on the job as I go. But this is a good place to let everybody think about this from now on forward. Just about everyone in the room is an activist. Many of you are candidates. Learn to be camera aware. if there is a camera, I don't mean look at the camera, but be aware of the fact that it's there and that what you're doing is being recorded or streamed live, which is what I'm doing. So it's happening in real time. If you're in the audience, you ask a question, stand up so people can hear you and see you. I've got some real good shots of the backs of other people's heads as you were talking. We need to have presence. We need to make, you never know when this is going to wind up on Channel 5 somewhere. So please pay attention to that. Please think about that and carry that idea forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for the professional advice.
It's not professional.
The advanced amateur advice. Next, we're going to get rolling again, and thank you, everybody, for your patience and your cooperation and your questions and everything. This is Joey Beecham. He is one of the people who runs Uptick Marketing, and he's going to speak about effective ways to use social media, particularly in a political light. Thank you. Let me use this if you want to. Because that's the time. I may not need it. Okay.
You need it. You do need it.
I do need it.
You do need it.
Okay. You need it for that too.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Sweet. All right. My name is Joey Beecham. I'm a digital marketing consultant with Uptick Marketing here in Birmingham. And I don't really know what's on this presentation because it's paid a fifth grader to make it, so I'll just power through it. Thank you for having me. I like to kid with Bob. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent, but I vote Democrat, so take that for what you will. So it's pretty exciting. To me, I've been doing this for a while, and social media has changed so much since I started. I started right around the time a certain Illinois senator was elected and started using social media, which we'll look at that in a little bit. And since then, things have changed, but things have also stayed the same. And we're going to look at the things that have stayed the same in context of what's changing. Social media, most of you probably know, social media, I mean, it is the newspaper of the 21st century. It is the community group of the 21st century. It is the town hall meeting of the 21st century. It is one of the best ways and cheapest ways to reach a lot of people, and not just reach them, but engage them. So that's what we're going to kind of look through. There's a cool quote from a blogger and social media expert. Social media is not about the exploitation of technology, but service to community. And that's true. Social media is a very technical thing, but it's really not what you do with it, as much as it is what you can get from it. And as we'll go through, you can get tangible results and outcomes from social media. It's not just and I hate these words, brand engagement type of thing. It's a lot more practical than that. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. That's what actually took politicians a very long time to understand about social media. That it was more than just putting your name out there. It does much more than that. And that's why social media wasn't really adopted until relatively recently, but we'll cover that in a little bit. So this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to go over grassroots social and what it is. And this is my definition of it. You won't probably find it anywhere, definitely not in a textbook. We're going to give you a very short history of social media and politics, including 3 case studies, which I think are fascinating. And then just go through the advantages of being social, grassroots social, how to do it, what kind of things you should be doing. And then we'll finish up with something that I think is really important. It's how do you actually get action from it? It's not enough to just do it. And if you get a lot of likes and followers, is that really doing anything for you? And the answer is no, and we'll explain what that is a little bit. But this is my definition of grassroots social media. It's the collective power of supporters. Because supporters and sympathizers have way more resources than you do. There are more of them, they have more money, and they have more time. No campaign can compare to the amount of resources the public has at its disposal. The trick is getting them to actually do it and do it for you. to make them as an extension of your campaign or your advocacy campaign. And it is a bottom-up approach. It's not a top-down advertising medium, even though it is, and I'll explain the distinction. It's a bottom-up, true grassroots approach. And we're going to look at 3 examples of that and explain how that came to be. I think they're pretty cool examples, some of which you may have heard of, one you probably haven't. So social media and politics has a relatively brief history. Social media has been around almost since the beginning of the internet age, in the late 1990s, beginning of the 2000s. But it wasn't really embraced by anyone at a significant level until the mid-2000s. And then they were just using it to raise money. But that was limited. There was so much more you could do with that. And the first mainstream candidate to use social media as an integral part of the campaign was actually President Obama. And we all kind of remember that. But there are other 2 examples we're going to look at too. One, a mayoral race in South Dakota. And the other is something we're all probably very familiar with, the Standing Rock protest of last year. First, we're going to talk about this quote. Obama will be the first occupant of the White House to have won a presidential election on the web. This was right after Election Day. And it's true. This was called the Facebook election. I'm not going to go through the nitty-gritty details. We all lived through it. Many of us probably participated in it. But when you look at, it's not that he was the only one to use social media. That's a myth. He wasn't. In the primaries, Hillary Clinton used social media. And in the general, John McCain used it. But you can see from the numbers, they didn't do it very well. I mean, 2 million Facebook followers compared to 600,000. 97 million YouTube views to 2 million. And in 2007, this was even more stark. In early 2007, when Barack Obama was known really not as well as he would be later, obviously. I mean, he was relatively unknown. He had 250,000 followers on Facebook. Hillary Clinton, the presumptive favorite, had 4,600. So before Barack Obama even got close to winning the nomination, he already had a superior internet presence over an established candidate who everyone knew. And Hillary Clinton also had a problem. She had a very popular Stop Hillary Clinton Facebook movement she had to deal with. That would be an interesting case study in and of itself. Because arguably, dig deep into the details, that made an impact. But that's for another day. See if this pops up. Does anybody remember this? This went viral. This took off. Millions of views. And I'm not going to play it because it's wrong. But
it was a creed written into the founding documents.
That's cool.
Declared the destiny of a nation.
Yep. So that was the signature piece of marketing for the entire campaign. Nothing either campaign did came close to it. And that was social. That was on YouTube. It was released on YouTube. It wasn't a TV commercial that made its way to YouTube. It was released on YouTube. It took over. And it became the defining moment, I think, of Barack Obama's candidacy from a marketing campaign standpoint. So why did he succeed? These are all lessons. This has not changed. This has not changed one bit. This formula has been forgotten by some, but it has not changed. One, he raised a lot of money from small-time donors through social media. Many of them had never donated before. And I'm not talking about just 18-year-olds. I'm talking about older people who have never donated to a candidate. Most of us haven't at any level. But they did through Facebook and through Twitter and so on. Increased name recognition, obviously. Mobilized future supporters and volunteers. A lot of events all across the country were coordinated through social media. And then he energized, and this is really important, he energized the apathetic voter. He won, I think, voters below the age of 25, I think Barack Obama won like 70% of them. And that's the hardest demographic to get to come out to vote. Because they don't care. It's not that they don't care. Maybe it'd be too harsh. Because a long time ago, I was in that demographic. No one has made them care enough to get out to do something. No one's made them care enough that they think they can do something. But through social media, this was able to happen. And this is something that social media could do that no other medium could have done. You can't reach that demographic, which is one of the quickest growing demographics. You can't reach that voter block just through TV ads. It doesn't work. Even stories on the news. You have to reach them where they are, and they're online and social media. So I'm going to go through these examples real quick. This was a really cool story. And in 2011, in June, Rapid City, South Dakota, there are 70,000 people who live there. So it's a little smaller than Tuscaloosa. There was a two-term incumbent. He was very popular. He was a household name. Everyone knew him. And then there was this relatively unknown guy whose name I can't pronounce. So I'm not going to try to. We'll call him Sam. Sam had a steep hill to climb. So what did he do? Well, while Mayor Hanks, the incumbent, ran a traditional campaign, spent a lot of money on TV. That's pretty much mostly what he did. Spent 120 grand. Sam focused on social media and ran an online campaign and spent about 80 grand. And here's how he did it. He identified that most of the voters are on Facebook. We'll see some stats later that tell you just how many adults are on Facebook. What he and the agency did, and this was genius, and this is something that's been forgotten. He took the voters and he broke them into 30 separate demographic groups. Municipal workers, environmentalists, first-time voters, disaffected voters, moderate voters, so on and so forth. 30. And he created advertisements through Facebook, not anywhere else, just through Facebook, targeting each and every one of these groups. So, if you were a first-time voter who turned 18, you saw your own ad. And Facebook allowed you to target others. If you were a firefighter or a police officer, you worked in government, you got an ad too. If you were an environmentalist, and they identified this by targeting people who liked the outdoors, you got an ad. So what was the result? Well, because the ads were personable, humorous, and emotional, because it connected and resonated with people, beyond just saying vote for me. Because those ads were so effective, he got over 9 million impressions, and he won the race by 400 votes. A two-term household name incumbent was defeated by a newcomer solely through social media. That's the implication. And that wasn't 2008, it wasn't 2004. This was 2011, it's not that long ago. With an unpronounceable name. With an unpronounceable name. He only went by Sam. That's the only people only went by Sam. All right. That's amazing. That's an outcome. That's what can be achieved through social media if you do it right. So the last one, Standing Rock, not going to belabor, it's very fresh in our minds. 2016 is when the protest really started. In April, they created a camp, the first clash between the camp supporters and the security firms hired by the pipeline with Labor Day weekend last September. Supporters created this hashtag, No Dakota Access Pipeline. Took off, went viral, went crazy. People used this hashtag to keep tabs on the opposition and what they were doing. And people logged in using this hashtag, saying, I'm there supporting them, even though they were physically here or wherever. Videos of the authorities' excessive use of force emerged all over social media channels, fueling even more support and attention for Central. The online following swelled. There were tons of petitions, hundreds of thousands of signatures collected. Veteran groups, because of the social media campaign, because it brought to their attention, flocked to Standing Rock. And funds were donated. Legislators had their offices bombarded with letters and emails and calls. As well as the initial result. Well, President Barack Obama paused it effectively in December of 2017. One of the last things he did before he left office. Now, since then, it has been resumed. But we don't know about that. The point is, social media was empowering these activists to do something, to change the outcome of a situation. So it wasn't to elect anyone. but it was to take a cause. It was to do something I think is a lot harder. Electing someone's easier than taking a cause and achieving an outcome. That's hard. It takes years, decades of involvement and investment and blood, sweat, and tears before you see any result. This happened in a matter of about 6 months. Primarily because of social media. Without social media, no one would have known. Protests like this happen all the time. They're commonplace all over the world. You just never hear about most of them. But if you remember, what happened a few years ago when that young woman was gunned down in Iran? You heard about that. And that launched what was the beginning of the Arab Spring, which was a social media revolution. So it's powerful. So what are the advantages of being social? Number one, social is where the people are. That chart, about 79% of all adults who use the internet in America are online and on Facebook. So if you're 7.9 out of every 10 people, or 79 out of every 100 if you're good at math, if they're online at all, they're on Facebook. And the 21%, if they're not on Facebook, they know someone who is, I guarantee you. Someone in their family is, or someone they work with, or a friend. They're on social media. They're on Facebook. And the numbers down there for the other platforms are good. They may look small, but keep in mind, these are much more limited platforms. Instagram is more of a niche platform. Twitter is more of a niche. So the fact that you have 32% of all internet-using adults on Pinterest and Instagram, that's crazy. And that's opportunity, is what I mean. Second advantage to social media is affordable. Advertising is cheaper on social media than pretty much anywhere else. That big blue bar over there is how much it costs to reach 1,000 people using TV ads. This tiny blue bar over here is how much it costs to reach 1,000 people for social media. Mainly Facebook. $2.50. And we do this a lot at Uptick. We boost campaigns, we create advertisements, we put money behind it, and I'll explain all that support later, but we reach thousands of people for fractions of what it would cost to run a TV ad or even a print ad, as you can see. That's crazy. So direct mail, broadcast, print, radio, billboards, really expensive. Social media cheap. So keep that in mind. 3, this is a communication platform. I'm not going to belabor this as we know, but social is a multi-way platform. You can talk to not only your supporters and sympathizers, but people who aren't engaged, who have never heard of you, may not have any reason to support you unless you talk to them. And this is a way you can do that. And they can talk back to you. And you can't share a TV commercial. You can share a post. You can share a blog and share a video. 61% of people will share interesting things on social media. And that number is low because the definition of interesting varies from person to person. If something catches your eye, most of you are probably going to share it in some way. Even by liking it, you're sharing it. Even by commenting on it, you're sharing it. You don't have to click the share button. Advantage number 4, this is cool. You can target better using social media than any other marketing platform known to man. I can find an audience right now based off of these categories. And location, age, gender, that's cool. But what about home ownership status? If you own a home or rent one, we can even target you based off how much it's worth. Buying behavior. If you've purchased this in the past 6 months, we can target you. That comes in handy. That's what and interest and hobbies. People who like hiking and fishing and boating were targeted by Sam in South Dakota. And it worked because they targeted ads that meant something to these people. And that's one of the key advantages. So this is amazing. You have no idea how powerful this is until you've done it. Until you've created a campaign and a custom ad for a very specific group and you've reached them. Because one broad message, and this is a symptom of how social media is not being used well by politicians today. Most of them, especially on the lower levels. You see one ad, one message for everybody. I may not care about that message. I don't want to see that on Facebook. I want to see something that means something to me. Because I'm a voter and inherently I'm a selfish person. So I want to see something that appeals to me. So that's why this is really important. So what can you actually do with Grassroots Social? There are 3 purposes. First is awareness. Increase brand awareness and name recognition for an issue or campaign. Now I'm in the process of writing a book about this, about differentiation. When it comes to differentiating yourself from another candidate, name recognition is the weakest factor because it's most easily overcome. Case in point, going back to 2007. How many people knew about Hillary Clinton? 100%. Her name recognition was the strongest of any candidate, either side of the race. How many people knew about Barack Obama? Not very many. But what happened? Who won? That's because Barack Obama was able to catch up. And soon he reached a level where just as many people knew about him as Hillary Clinton. And then the other stronger differentiating factors kicked in. And that's why he won. Name recognition is the weakest. But you have to be at the same level to compete before you do anything else. So that's why you need brand awareness and name recognition. Especially if you're going up against an incumbent. The second purpose is to engage and mobilize supporters and sympathizers. And we'll talk about what engage and mobilize really means. In a top-down approach, it means doing all the work and just trying to get people to be passively supporters and maybe attend an event. Bottom-up, it's a much different thing. And then the third purpose, get out the vote. The most important thing you'll do in your campaign is get out the vote. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many people know about you. It doesn't matter how many people like you. It doesn't matter how many people hate the other candidate. If they don't get out to vote, it's all for nothing. This is what Grassroots Social is really, really good at. Because it's social. You see your friends vote, you're more likely to do it. If your friends are harassing you online to vote, you're more likely to do it. That's one great purpose for Grassroots Social. Or to take action on an issue, if you're talking about just issue activism, same thing. The purposes are what you want to achieve. Inspiring your followers is how you will achieve them. And we're going to talk about that right now. How to do Grassroots Social. It's about inspiring people to act on their own initiative and to do the outreach for you. Because again, there are more of them and they have more money and time. A bottom-up approach means people act because they want to. You can inspire them. They want to take on that responsibility themselves. It's kind of like going viral. We all know what that means. Same kind of concept. Your role is to do these things. Inspire, motivate, encourage, guide, and cultivate. So that people do your work for you. They become advocates and ambassadors for you. That's what a bottom-up approach means. And that's what a lot of politicians don't do well. They just take messages and push it down. And they wonder why people don't turn out to vote like they should. It doesn't inspire them. They don't take ownership of it. And the younger you get, the more important it is. The younger your target voter, the more important it is to get them to take ownership of the issue. And if you can pull that off, you can take advantage of what I think is really the strongest voting bloc in the country. And will be over the next 10, 15, 20 years. They're just a sleeping giant. They haven't really woken them up yet. So here's how you can drive participation. And I'm just going to run through these and point out the ones I think are extremely important. One, tell stories. People love stories. Encourage supporters to share their story. Ask questions. Get feedback on something. Get people's opinion. People love telling their opinion on Facebook. I do it 8 times a day because I'm a very opinionated person. Most people are. Most people have strong opinions about stuff. They don't think anybody cares about them. Don't think it's appropriate. They haven't been given permission to do it. You can. You can give them permission to do it. You can encourage them to do it. You can tailor your message to these groups, not saying the same thing to everybody. Because one message for everyone does not work. It's not one size fits all. Keep followers up to date about what you're doing so that they can spread the word in a supportive way, in an encouraging way, saying, hey, get your friends to come out and even highlight events that other people are doing on your behalf that may not be campaign official. You definitely want to point those out. And then include testimony. Tell people's testimonies from their lives and from working with the campaign and from the issues that matter to the campaign. That's it's word of mouth marketing. Word of mouth marketing is most important, is the most powerful form of marketing ever created. Sharing testimony from people who are involved and engaged in these issues that have been affected by them, that's powerful. And so getting through, how do you get through people? How do you grab their attention? These people respond to these. It's universal. Emotional triggers. Either positive, joy, hope, compassion, amazement, amusement, or negative, fear, uncertainty, doubt, rage, anger. If you're not being emotional, you're going to lose. And this has been a weakness of the Democratic Party at all levels for a while. Being too focused on facts and figures. Those matter, they do, but they haven't been converted into emotional impact. Whereas Donald Trump's campaign was all emotion, purely emotion. Donald Trump's president now, sorry. That's why.
Sorry, too.
Yeah, that's why. So, stories involving people have read about, people have seen images of people like being rewarded and recognized for their behavior, for their contributions. And people want a sense of belonging. If you can make people feel like they're part of a group, then they'll do anything for you. Or they'll do anything for that group. Now here's something that people don't like to talk about, but it's really important. Social media is not organic anymore, not like it was when I first started doing this. You have to pay to play because, I mean, the obvious reason Facebook needs to make money, but because Facebook has a goal of getting the most relevant material in front of its users, so they keep using it. And if you don't pay, then there's no way to filter out the good from the bad. Presumably, if you pay, your product is of more worth. It's more complicated than that, but that's the general principle. And Facebook needs to make money. Organic reach has dropped every year since the early 2000s. Ever since Facebook was created in 2004, organic reach has steadily dropped. Now it's 2%. So if you have 1 million followers, that's what, 20,000 people? So you have to pay. You have to put money on it. So the bottom line, every social media campaign needs an advertising budget. And this is, I cannot stress this enough. This is a worthwhile investment. And dollar for dollar, you'll get more from this than any other form of advertising. But you have to advertise. Don't think you can do it without spending money. You can't. Now, how do you convert likes into action? The number of likes don't matter. The number of actions do. Engagement, I hate the word, only matters if it results in a favorable outcome. People engage, great, but that's a means to the end. That is not the end itself. So how can you inspire action? A clear call to action. Tell people what you want them to do. Give your followers something to do. Whether it's take a poll, answer a question, fill out a form, download something, whatever. And then connect what you want to do, and this is really important, the benefit they will get from doing it. That's the formula. It's not a complicated formula. It's very simple, and it works. Keep in mind that social media is only one part. All those nice shapes, you should ideally be doing as much of those as you can, integrated together. But if you only have one thing to do, if you only have one thing to get your word out, in an advertising sense, social media is the best way. Period. Now, there are other advantages for TV and radio and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, social media can do all that and more for less money. So keep that in mind. So here's the bottom line. Grassroots Social, just to recap, is the best way to use the internet to bring about change. Whether you want to elect a candidate, or you want to get a donation, or you want to change something at the local or state or national level. It involves empowering the people to act of their own free will, I think because they want to. And social advertising is a powerful and inexpensive way to reach people, better so than any other medium. Just focus on what people respond to when you craft a message and when you craft an advertisement, and when you ask them to take action. And remember, always point out what they gain from it. That's the key. Now, any questions?
Can you put some light on the mix of portfolio, like social media, TV, radio, big signs, 4x8 signs or areas, loud signs. So what kind of mix we should have?
Yeah.
Could
So-
you repeat the question?
Yeah, so what kind of mix should you have between all the marketing channels you can use? TV, billboards, print, social media, digital. It's a great question. There is no magic formula. It really depends on what your goals are. But it's also about maximizing your budget. And some of those channels are so expensive that they will eat up your entire budget before you blink an eye. And they do different things. If you don't have a name recognition problem, people know you as well as they know your opponent, then mass communication on TV and billboards may not be the best thing for you. Whereas if you're relatively unknown and you have the money to spend, TV can get your message out quickly to a large number of people. But if your problem is trying to encourage people to act, you have the votes theoretically if they just come to the polls. TV's not going to do much for you. Billboards aren't going to do much for you. Print, radio's not going to do much for you. Social media is going to do it for you. And by the way, social media can do all the other stuff too. So the real way to answer the question is look at where you are in your campaign and what you need to accomplish, whether it's get more name recognition, improve your favorables, get out the vote, build a follower base. Look at those goals, because what you do ultimately in marketing, and this is a golden rule of marketing, what you do depends on what you want to achieve. Is that all?
Last question.
As a lot of people here know, a lot of our districts are sort of gerrymandered, and I don't understand how do I advertise on Facebook in such a way that I'm only reaching people in my district and I'm not getting people to go to the polls and, oh, hey, they're in somebody else's district.
That's a great question. And that's a very common question, even for businesses who aren't, because some businesses we work with only in the greater Birmingham metro area only want to target very specific parts because that's where their buyers are. So Facebook allows you to target very specifically when it comes to location, better than any other medium. So you can target by zip code. You can even get down in geofence and target by neighborhood if you really wanted to.
So
Yeah.
they know exactly where everybody is.
You have to tell them.
Yeah, you tell them.
Tell them
But they have that
know where their
capability.
users are.
Yes. They have that capability. If you tell them where to look, they will send your message to those people in that area. And they won't go beyond it. So, and Facebook knows where you are. They know where your location is. Yeah, they're watching right now. But
Yes, they are.
So even though the gerrymandering sucks, you can still get around it through Facebook targeting.
Can you make the slides available to us?
Yes, absolutely. I'll give them the ball. We can check it out. So if I don't think we can answer any more questions, but if you do have a question, find me after this is over or email me. That's my email address. We're more than happy to answer.
Thank you.
Is that .com, your email address?
Yes, it is.
Joey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Joey's wife would have been with him today, except their car got stolen last night. So we particularly thank him for being here today. Before Shay gets started here, I want to let everybody know about these postcards. My friend was just in the back waving his arms at me. I guess it's getting late in the day. I'm getting tired. I'm not yelling as loud as I was this morning.
You're not using a microphone.
God, please. I'm going to go home. I'm just going to go home and stop doing all this. There are, Joe Ellen in the back has these postcards, and they are intended to nudge Alabama Power about wind and solar. And we encourage you to fill these out before you leave today. Give them to me or Joe Ellen, and we will get them in with your own personal comments. And make sure you put your, either your name, of course, but also at least the county or the city that you're in, so we can let them know about this kind of stuff. Okay?
And if you can do it in the next little bit, I'll come back down that side and pick them up.
Did everybody hear that?
No.
If you can do it just in the next couple of minutes while Shay gets started, and she'll come and collect them in just a few minutes. And if you don't, give them to us at the end, and we'll get those too. All right, thank you. Now, this is Shay Farley. I think that she is with the Southern Poverty Law Center, as you can see from your information. And I'm a big fan. We've been to various events together, and she's going to have some great information about the lobbying and bringing a plan to action.
So I appreciate the fill out the postcard and we'll submit it for you, but I'm going to be like a teacher and be like, pay attention. I'm just kidding. So thank you, first of all, Bob. You're always too kind to me. I wanted to say thanks for inviting me to be here with you guys today. I want to say thanks to my colleague David Stout from Alabama Rise. She speaks. Who is a former legislator and a former mayor in Fort Payne and can answer anything that I'm unable to answer from the candidates.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm trying to get it right down.
I live in House District 82 for the time being until such time that reapportionment takes place and I'm out of that district. I come to you from SPLC, but of course, the typical caveat that I'm speaking as an individual. I have a decade-plus experience doing advocacy work at the local level, specifically at the state legislature. I want to gauge the audience real quick because I heard that there are some candidates in the audience. So raise your hand if you're a candidate. Okay. All right. Raise your hand. Hey, please, yes, please. More Democrats running for office. Raise your hand if you work for a social justice action organization or volunteer for one. I see Spencer. There we go. A lot of volunteers. Excellent. Thanks, Tom Ryan. I just saw Tom Ryan, who's my former organization, Alabama Appleseed board member from Huntsville. Individual activists obviously fill the rest of the room. Anybody in here just have no idea what you ended up doing? You came for some seminar in biology besides my captain. Okay. So number one reason, I want to know if you could summarize what stops people from being engaged. Not for running for office, but just getting engaged on an advocacy issue. Social campaign, social justice. Throw out to me. Ma'am?
No one reaches out.
No one reaches out.
Nothing more.
Nothing will change.
I have a full-time job.
Too busy.
Too busy, full-time job.
Children,
that'll add to the busy life.
Afraid of repercussions.
Afraid of repercussions, chicken, same thing, different phrase.
Lack of information.
Lack of info. Okay.
Doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect, nothing's going to change. 10,000-foot view above all of that, fear. Right? Everything that you said is exactly the reason people don't get engaged. So what's the opposite of fear?
Courage.
Okay, courage.
Comfort.
I'm going to suggest that we work with the acronym PLAN. This is my 1982 version of a PowerPoint. I emailed Bob and I said, Bob, I just don't have the time to create a PowerPoint. He said, no problem, we got this projector, so this is really old school. All right, so, and I really do have a presentation, but after he told me this, I went back and took my notes and said, I actually came up with this in the shower today. You guys do your best thinking driving it in the shower like me, right? Okay. So, plan. Preparation. The most important thing when developing an advocacy campaign is not to dive right in. If you dive right in, you've lost. Why? Because you don't know what your goal is. You don't know who you're working with. You don't have your message crisp yet. People aren't ready to hear it. You need time to develop certain things. And I'm going to get into the weeds in some of these things. I'm just going to go through the overview. Who are your targets? Yes, ma'am.
Would you be willing to make a copy of this available?
Absolutely. I'll email it to Mike, to Bob, and he can circulate it. Absolutely. And my notes as well that I'm going to talk from.
Sure.
So when you have to start a solid foundation. Setting your goals is about knowing the macro, but working towards the micro. David slayed Goliath with one pebble aimed correctly. That means when you set your goals, you know that you want environmental protection. Right? I don't work on environmental protection. Let me work with something I know. Criminal justice reform. I want less people incarcerated. I want to change the criminal justice world so that we incarcerate the most violent and we give the others a chance. I want to change the law, so what? So we start with decriminalizing low levels of marijuana. We end mandatory minimums. We give a chance to people with substance use before we lock them up. People with mental health disorders shouldn't be in jail because the law enforcement officer gets scared and doesn't know where else to go because we've cut funding for state hospitals. So what do? You have all of these goals laid out, and you develop one that gets you the door open. Then you work towards the next, right? Incremental change is important, but more important than that is knowing what's an acceptable first step. Working in the Alabama legislature is just as infuriating as anybody can imagine when you're pushing any progressive issue. However, you have to know where your bottom line is. You don't start at your bottom line, but eventually you may have to cut bait. Perfect example, David and I have been working on payday lending. I joke that I've been working on payday lending reform, Joanne knows, longer than I've known my spouse, and we've been together for 7 years. So I've been working on payday lending reform for a decade, and I'm tired of it. However, this legislative year, there's a bill pushing through that does nothing. Nothing. In fact, arguably, it makes things worse. So do I piss the legislators off that are our supporters because they want to pass a bill? The guy in the back right here is putting his thumbs up. Because that's right. Because it's not even incremental change. Everybody in Alabama loves a football analogy, right? I'm fine if I get a first down. But if you ask me if doing that is change, you guys saw that, right? In the back, little step. No, a shuttle step is not going to get me reform. So I have to do what the guy said and get out of here. Okay, so what is your bottom line? You know, it's interesting that I follow a speaker on social media because I have a whole section in here. You guys heard the term collectivism? Is this okay? It's a millennial word. I'm not even a millennial. I'm 40, but I'll take it if you think I am a member of the millennial group. Collectivism, there's a danger in social media that says, I like it. I'm going to repost it. I'm going to retweet it. Why? Because until you get those people out, Joey said he hated the word engaged. That's everything I want to talk about. How do we bring the folks who are retweeting, reposting, and liking out with us, right? So the danger is social media is a fantastic tool. I agree with everything in his presentation. However, it is a tool, not the end, okay? Create your own strategy. In your packet, I sent what I created with David called roadblocks. You have to know how the Alabama legislature works and every single opportunity that that place has to derail your issue, to change it, to ignore it, to gut it, to kill it. Not just the powers that you're working against, but every single step in the process is a roadblock to any issue I bet that this group would have. In developing your message, I talk a lot about imagery and gimmicks. Hashtags, Joey spent a lot of time talking, or a few minutes talking about. Some of my favorite examples from this session were the autism. For those of you who followed have been following the autism bill, they've been hashtagging not only the bill number, hashtag autism, but they've had some catchy photos that I really liked. One was 2 little boys standing in a soccer goal, and it said, go for the goal, and it had the hashtags. Another one was, they had red clown noses on, these 2 same little boys, and the hashtag was don't be a clown, right? So Housing Trust Fund a couple of years ago, an issue Arise worked on, they had inflatable houses, you know, those stress balls, but it was in the form of a house with the bill number on it. For payday lending reform, we used various varieties of inflatable sharks and shark costumes at events. We also had a sponge one year that said time to wipe out predatory lenders. I was talking with somebody about the complex issue that is developing coalitions. It's a blessing and a curse. Anytime you're working with multiple people who have different interests, even if you're aligned on something, you can have it can be hard to work with other groups. However, that's so important. Ever since the loss, that was the election we shall not speak of, there's been a lot of groups rise up, right? There's Emerge, there's, what's the big one? Indivisible. There you go, Indivisible. Are we communicating? Are we talking to one another? Are we leveraging each other's lists so that we can connect through this off season on issues? Should we not come together in a function very much like this? And regardless of what your issue is, shouldn't you know who my voters are in my area, my coalition members on various issues? You know, what are the workable goals from that? Start with a left-right alliance. Believe it or not, as human beings, is what David Stout always tells me, we have more in common as individuals than we do different. So if you can start something like civil asset forfeiture, or marijuana decriminalization, or mental health reform, these are all bipartisan issues that help open the door to wedge you in. And I completely forgot that I have a slide, because that's what I do when I start talking, is just roll with it. So the L in plan is leverage. Coalition we've just covered. Study up. What does that mean? Who's your targets? Who donates to their campaign? Who's the best messenger to reach that target? Because SPLC ain't the best messenger for most of the 140 legislators. Spotlight. Anybody want to take a guess what spotlight means? One of my favorite phrases is the legislature gets away with what it gets away with because nobody's paying attention. So Joanne pays attention. Joanne has a great tracking sheet on any progressive issue on Wake Up Alabama's Facebook page, if everybody in here is asleep and didn't know. Do a scorecard. It isn't often that we get a vote in the legislature on a progressive issue. Just last week in the House, we had a motion to table on that payday lending bill I mentioned that does absolutely nothing. There was a 30-day amendment, and it was moved to table. That's the first vote record I have in the House. Tabling motion was successful, but now I know who doesn't think payday loan should be a 30-day term. So what are we going to do? We're going to post that all over social media and say they don't think you should have to pay your payday loan like you pay your power bill or Blue Cross Blue Shield or rent payment. So spotlight what they're doing. Don't be afraid. There's nothing wrong with telling people exactly where people stand. It's not lobbying. Attention. This was covered a lot in Joey's presentation about social media, but events are important because you need to get to know your target, your legislator, your local candidate before you need something from them. Somebody doesn't come up to you and ask, and forgive me for being crass, but this just came to my mind. Somebody doesn't come up to you and ask for sex. They court you. They talk to you. They find out what you like. Okay? Do that with legislators. They need to see you as much as, so it's not surprising that you're there. Right? Bird dog campaign events. Ask the same questions every event. Send new people, new faces. Go to where they're at so that they can come to where you're at. Traditional and social media, this is obvious. We've just spent a lot of time on it. Again, with the right messengers, and then networking. And obviously, we in here are a form of networking with one another. And I've already spent a little bit of time talking about how not one group can do it alone. It doesn't matter how much that advocacy group makes or spends on it. Arise, Appleseed, SPLC, Voices for Alabama's Children, it takes all of us. Let's see what I haven't covered. Relationships. I always tell everybody that visibility breeds familiarity, familiarity breeds comfort, and comfort breeds support. So to the degree that you're able to engage with your targets outside in the off season, This is the other problem. It's not one and done. How many times have you gotten an email from an advocacy organization, call your legislator about HB1? And you're like, oh, done that already. Good for me. I called them last week. No. Why? Because it's not one and done for the legislature. There's 15 roadblocks to getting a bill, which means you should at least make 15 phone calls. Is it in committee? Oh, well, my legislator is not on the committee. Well, guess what? Call the chair, because they're the leader of that committee, and they have the ability to block your bill. Call the leadership of the House and Senate and say, I know you have the ability to stop this bill, which means you have the ability to help pass this bill. I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions. Okay. Power mapping, is this a phrase we're all familiar with? Okay. Power map means, who's my target? Do I know them? If not, who knows them? What's the best way to reach them? Look at campaign finance report and find out that your neighbor or your local grocer or somebody who works with Alabama Power who has a PAC donated to them, right? So it's about who do I know and how can I get to my target? If I don't know, I need to find somebody who does and bring them into the fold of the coalition. Policy trumps, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm still using the word Trump, but I meant to say politics trumps policy all the time. Politics trumps policy all the time. Folks like Joanne and David and I and others that follow the legislature very closely, you would be surprised at the number of bills and the type of bills that get filed every year. Part of it, as we know, is because Alabama doesn't have home rule. So the Alabama has to do legislature has to do things like read ordinances and how baggy your pants are. But beyond that, they handle so many issues that I guarantee are not on our top 10 radar as being vital to Alabama. So, bird dogging, spotlighting, power mapping, all of these phrases are things that we as a progressive group need to become familiar with if we're going to change the conversation. Spencer?
Can you explain what bird dogging is?
Oh, thank you. Bird dogging is another term of art meaning follow the candidate. Are they going to the League of Women Voters tonight for a forum? Guess who's going to be there? Guess who's going to ask them a question? Do they have a table set up at the local community fair in Auburn? We have things at the park all the time, and candidates will be there walking around. Bring a few friends to stop by. Come in waves. Ask them how they're feeling about the autism or payday lending or the criminal justice reform, whatever your issue is. So bird dogging just means follow the person who you're targeting. Yes, Joanne.
So I would recommend this for anybody who's working within their local house district. Just bird dog that candidate, because even if you are not running, somebody else may be running. And getting familiar with their voting record and where they're going and what they're doing and what harm they're doing is a useful tool when you do run your campaign over the next year for office.
Right. So Joanne suggests, for those of you who didn't hear, is to bird dog even if you're not the candidate. Work with other candidates who are. Become familiar with the people who are serving you or seeking to serve you and their position on things. Spencer?
Yeah, I'm just going to bounce off of that. On that note, how do you find out where your state legislator is going to be?
Yeah, usually it's local community things, even like Facebook. It's a bit hypocritical of me to be the spokesperson for this because I commute to Montgomery and I work like 60 hours a week during the legislative session. But the social media, local groups like this will often say, hey, so-and-so is going to be at a candidate forum or whatever. But the other thing is work with the groups you work with. Even if you don't do it under the umbrella of an organization like this, partner with other, like the League of Women Voters or constituents for XYZ issue and host a forum so the candidates come. Do a candidate questionnaire and run that in the local newspaper. Local newspapers are another good place to find who's going to be where. There's the whole debate about whether to do a lobby day or whether to have a constant presence. Presence is presence. right? If you're going to have a lobby day with 40 people, don't have a lobby day. Send those people inside. Okay, maybe 40 is a lobby day. If you're going to have 20 people show up, don't do a press event outside. Go inside. If you have the ability to send 5 people to the State House every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of every week, you divide up your list and you say, you're up Tuesday, you're up Wednesday, you're up Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, blah, 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 and then we will repeat throughout the 30 legislative days. Because I believe that has so, and leave behinds, and your gimmicks we've already talked about, your sharks, your inflatable houses, your stickers. Stay visible. The off season. I know I've repeated this 3 times, but relationships and issues, positions on things are not formed during the legislative session. Even if we just had the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday presence we just talked about. It's so important that your targets know what we want from them come now January, before January gets here. Coming and speaking at a public hearing, Joey can tell you what testimony looks like at these things. How many people have been to the legislature for a public hearing? Okay. Anybody ever been satisfied by what they experienced? One person has been satisfied. What was your issue?
Billboards.
Billboards.
Yeah, we were fighting the bill, and we got it slowed down enough in committee that it died.
I like her.
So, that was the only reason I was satisfied.
Sure, sure. You know, strange bedfellows. So my mind, this is my cynic legislative brain working. You know what I just thought to myself? Somebody else was against that issue. Somebody more powerful than the constituency didn't want that billboard up, or whatever. So when you power map, think about who else is, you know, but that's awesome, ma'am. I'm glad you had a good experience. I had good experiences too. Without a good PR campaign, it's a bust. Which is why I liked following that guy's social media campaign strategy stuff, because I could breeze through all of that stuff in my, look at the gas tax. There was no, I mean, I'm a tax and spend liberal. I think we need good roads. I commute from Auburn to Montgomery and back every day. However, the gas tax has failed the second time this legislative session. Why? Because the only people for it are the people who are going to profit off of it. People who want to construct and build the roads and all of that stuff. But there's no PR campaign. And also no Republican conservative wants to go back and campaign on having raised taxes, despite what happened in Georgia with the bridge falling down. Twice.
That was just one bridge.
Did it fall down twice though? Wasn't there like a second thing? The road caved in. Yeah, it was a separate thing, but it was like within 3 weeks of the other one happened, which is one. You're right. You're right. 2 dangers I want to cover right after this, right?
While you're still on the topic, how do you defeat powers greater than the constituency?
How do you defeat powers greater than the constituency? You ram your head against the wall every day is how you do it. No, okay. Power to the people, right? People, we have been up against a payday lending industry that has more money and more lobbyists, and it's been David and I. This year, the Community Foundation of Greater Birmingham hired a Republican lobbyist. But if there's a reason it took us 9 years. You cannot compete with money, which is why we all today need to network, need to bird dog, and do all of these things, because the answer is numbers versus the money. You have to be aware of the dangers, which is what I was just about to cover, so thank you, Ms. Rankin, for your question. Fatigue. How many people in here have been working on an issue so long, you're tired of it? I mean, come on. If you've been working on any issue, you've got to admit that there's a little fatigue in you. I want to win on payday lending. I want to win on criminal justice reform. I want to defeat an $845 billion prison construction bill. But I am tired of looking at it every day for the entire session. So watch out for fatigue. Why did I start with incremental change and know what's acceptable? Because it's the only way to beat fatigue. When you can get a bill to the floor, when you can get a vote so that you have a recorded vote to share with people, this is where David Stout stood on issue Y. This is where Shay Farley stood. Every time you have an incremental step that you can use is how you fight fatigue. and it's how you get constituents. 50 of us defeated a bill. 50 of us got a bill out of committee. So what can 100 of us do? You have to have a little bit of hope, to overuse Obama's phrase, to make it through. And the last thing is competing with powerful interests. Is actually right there on my thing. So I want to close with a story about, I was talking with David and another friend of mine who's a lobbyist about this presentation, and I said, what's the number one thing you would say? And she said, Amy Herring, our SPLC's contract lobbyist, said, would Friends still make it today? You guys remember that TV show Friends? If Friends was on the TV today, in network primetime television, would it be the success it was? No. Why? Because of everything that Joey covered in his presentation. There's a great book and TED Talk by Sherry Turkle called Alone Together. If you haven't read the book, it's all about how we've been replaced in our life with online presence and social media, and we assume that these people that we like photos of and retweet their posts for are all of our friends. So the reason I'm so thankful for groups like this that exist and for seeing my friends at random events like this is so long as we continue to network and do the things that bring us together, those common interests that we share, and identify an achievable goal, even if it's not the ultimate thing we want, steps towards incremental change, and a presence online that balances our activism and our engagement, then I think we will resolve the powerful interests portion of the question. How much time do we have?
We have about 11 minutes.
11 minutes. Let's do Q&A. Ma'am.
Not a question, but can you say that what you said again about familiarity breeds law and ends up with comfort?
Yeah. Visibility breeds familiarity. Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort breeds allies. Sometimes I say support. And again, I just want to follow up on that. What I use that is the importance of building your relationship with your target in the off season. Okay, ma'am. How effective are petitions?
I'm signing lots.
Okay, go ahead, sir. With the get out of here.
None.
He says none. How many people disagree? Okay.
It depends.
Depends. Joanne, what do you think? Sometimes. Folks in the middle trying not to act like you raised your hand when I said how many disagree. You think sometimes? Yeah. You know what I love petitions for? That 1 second sound bite, that one image that you can post that says, I don't stand here alone. Okay? For you to take a petition that has 100 signatures on it, maybe doesn't matter to the person who received it. Not as much as 2 people, 3 people, 4 people standing in their face, which is why I say get visible. But if you have 100 petitions, you guys remember the No More campaign, HRC with Roy Moore, and they delivered those boxes of petitions to get rid of him for the Judicial Inquiry Commission? That was a hell of a photo op. That is sometimes petitions have good things. If you ever, like those postcards are great because it keeps visibility, but if you take that postcard and you take it to your person, it carries immeasurably more impact. That's why I said we're not one and done. It's not a quick fix with one phone call or one visit or one email. Forms like that gets attention because people are doing it, but go find 4 people who want to sign that and take your legislator out to dinner. Do they have a district office? Limestone County folks, Birmingham folks, Madison County, Tuscaloosa, Mobile, some of the larger areas, there was a district office. Go to their, host a lunch, bring them donuts and coffee. Well, I wouldn't want donuts and coffee for lunch, but breakfast, dessert. It's not lobbying to do that. You guys just want to talk to them, and you'll have a bipartisan representation right there in your presence. And all you spend is the gas money to get over there and some donuts and coffee. Bring them sandwiches. Take them to your issue. If you're fighting, like the child care, the licensing bill, right? Say, come with me. If you're a teacher, say, come see what what we do as teachers. Come look at the receipts of things that I've had to buy, or the list that we've sent every parent to please bring toilet paper and sanitizer and tissues. And is that a wrap it up? Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're just
Scratch
preaching?
my head.
Oh, okay. What else, guys? I'm getting fired up now. Go ahead.
Okay, this is almost sort of you may not know the answer to this, Shay, but if people are turned away from their U.S. representative's office, which happens in Huntsville, it
Happens in Birmingham.
They tell us that we're being...
Siri was trying to answer her question and take my thunder.
So we go in and we try to take stuff in, and they send down non-uniformed people and say, you can't enter these premises. It's a privately owned building they're renting along with other tenants. I know there were a bunch of older folks who went into one of them not far from here that were told that they were being disruptive, and they were the most peaceful looking grandmothers and grandfathers you ever saw. But what can they do that way? Can they keep us literally from peacefully coming up to deliver a letter or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's bollocks that they called it private property. I would partner the next time I did something like that in an area that people had already been warned against, or any perceived, violation of your First Amendment right to address the grievances against your government, is to partner with like the Lawyers Guild, or somebody who can be there with you to say, no, they have absolutely every right to enter this public building where their legislator lives, not literally lives, works. So the answer in short is it's bollocks, but so to not get arrested if they're not trying to do a peaceful protest is to do that, or do exactly what's being done right now and host, sorry Congressman Rogers couldn't be here, but we'll do the Clint Eastwood thing and put, just imagine like this empty chair is Congressman Rogers. I think that these things are becoming effective, and I hope they continue. Last question? Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I think one example to follow up with you is that the example of the woman in North Carolina whose husband had taken extra deployment and she paid $12,000 for her daughter's medicine. That's one person, and that has 4.1 million views. And so if they know you're filming and you're level-headed, calm, low-key, just verifying, they're realizing now how powerful some of those things can be.
Right. Thank you for saying that about visibility, because I skipped through the social media portion of my talk, I forgot that in your packet, I don't see Bob, you should have a list of all the Twitter handles for the legislators. If you don't get that, ask Bob to email it to you. And tag everything with the people in it, right? Use hashtags. Usually, so there's the hashtag. Hey, Bob, did you include the list of Twitter handles in the packet? Okay. If not, we'll get it to you. But so the hashtag ALPolitics, right? That'll pick it up. Okay, he says he'll email it around. But if you're working on an issue and there's different committee members or your legislators, use the Twitter handles. I can't tell you how many times David and I are in the gallery and we see members up with their email, their Facebook, and Twitter, like toggling between the three. And so reaching people on social media isn't just about reaching us, it's about reaching your targets as well. So use Twitter handles and hashtags.
The period for the app. More people will see us as a period.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I had to explain this to my wife the other day. She was trying to tweet Joe Scarborough or something, and she said, if you start the tweet with the ampersand, not the ampersand, with the @ symbol, then only that person sees it. So if you say, come to meet me at the park at Shay Farley, then everybody will see that. But if you say, at Shay Farley, come to meet me at the park, only I will see it. So if you're going to say at, everybody with me so far? Say period, at, and then it kind of puts that character in there and everybody will see it. So just move the @ symbol, the tag to the end, or put a period before the tag. Great point. Okay. David? Sage words? Okay. I think if I could leave you with 3 thoughts, it's this. Don't start a campaign until you're ready. Get down and dirty in what you want to achieve, but with achievable, realistic goals, with a victory in mind so that you can celebrate to avoid fatigue. Build coalitions because nobody can do it together. Start collecting each other's information. We cannot afford, literally and figuratively, to be segmented anymore. Okay? This isn't about ownership. This isn't about who gets credit. This is about taking back. Okay? And the last thing is, if we are to resolve anything, people need to be aware of what the legislators are doing. And take that to any level you want. It's being done a lot because of Congress and the ACA vote and all of that. But people are getting away with what they're getting away with at the legislature because 15 of you in here might have no idea what the 5 issues that passed last week are. Maybe you do, and I don't mean to be critical. This is obviously a Saturday activism group, so y'all probably know exactly, you could say more than I. But until we are saying, did you know that they chose to vote on, give me an issue, they just chose to vote on, I can't think of it. Go ahead, Mike. Monuments is a fabulous, and the adoption that was, I can't say that. I'll wait till I'm off mic to say what I was about to say. I was just going to say it was a bit hypocritical of our governor to sign that bill. So thank y'all very much for having me today.
I've got one question. How would I know how to track a vote?
How do you, I think somebody is coming to speak on Allison.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't know how to use, is the person who's speaking on Allison in the room? All right, so you're going to cover that, right? Absolutely. I mean, he's, all right. So she's actually got a PowerPoint, not a hanky, like 1976 PowerPoint. I'm so modern. Okay, thanks y'all very much.
We plan to take pictures and really compile these and put it on our Facebook page. We may see about writing a letter to AL.com to say we're sending these. And please, if you see this on the Ford Alabama Facebook page, share it. But the big point is that the power company is charging a surcharge. If you and I put solar panels on, we get charged more instead of getting a credit. So that was what the point was, to just say, do the right thing, don't charge us more for solar. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank y'all for signing this. If you've got them, thank you for doing it.
All right. It's break time, everybody. We've got 10 minutes, so stretch your legs and go to. I want to introduce Katie Shuey. You might not know what you're clapping for yet, but believe me, you're clapping for a great person. She is going to explain Allison, which is the way you can keep up with all of this legislation that's going on, so you can see when they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes and cheat you out of time to do something about it. And it's very valuable information. With that haphazard introduction, it's all yours.
I am so glad to see all of you, and I'm so glad to be here today. I want to ask you, I know you've answered this question 35 times, but I've been in the back, so I haven't really seen the answer as well as, some of the people standing up front here have seen. So, how many of you have actively tracked legislation in the past? Good. How many of you really understands the whole first reading, second reading, conference committee, all of those terms? All right, good. That's a good number of you. For those of you who do not 100% understand those terms, in your packet is a lovely flowchart that was lended to me, and I'm very grateful for that. Now it has been given to you. But you can see how it becomes a law. Can I borrow one of yours so I can? No, it's this one. Right here. You'll see, real quick, just first reading, bills filed and assigned to a committee. Second reading is after it comes out of committee and goes back to the floor. Third reading is if it passes the original House and goes over to the other house, and then it repeats the process. If there are various amendments between the houses, it has to go to a conference committee. You can learn about all of that while, reading the form. I'm not expecting you to fully grasp it while I'm standing here at this exact second. But I want you to understand that before we get on to Allison, because you're going to see a lot of that language, and I don't want anybody to feel like this is not geared to them, because this is geared to anybody who wants to know what's happening with any issue in the State House any year. So, we have all heard about a lot of bills this year. There have been a couple of good ones and a lot of bad ones, right? Someone throw out a number. Anybody want to throw out a bill number from the 24? Okay. I kind of thought I would hear that one. But that's the one we're going to look at today. All right, to go to Allison, which is the Legislative Information System online, all you have to do is Google Alabama Allison, ALISON, and it'll come up, and you will go ahead and go. All right, Alabama Legislature. This is the page it takes you to. If you're tracking a bill like House Bill 24 and you want to see what's going on with it, you click on bills. I know, this is so easy. You can't even believe you haven't been doing this. You can find the status of a bill. Okay, this right here, this annoys me so much because it seems like this could be so much easier to just type in. But we click on HB and then write 2-4. No spaces, okay? Just get used to that. It's not HB space 2-4, it's just HB 2-4, get status. And it brings up this lovely page. You first see who the sponsor of the bill is. Yeah, right? You will see fiscal notes. You will see this little button right here that says Budget Isolation Resolution. We're going to get back to that in 1 second, okay? Just remember that it's there. And then you see a list of dates and actions taken. And this is where you really do your main tracking. So you can see that the bill was introduced on February the 7th. That says, read for the first time, referred to the Committee on Health. They clearly are very concerned about the health of everyone here in Alabama. It, of course, passed the committee, then had its third reading, which is the third line down. Oh, whoa, why are you on a different... Oh, I didn't realize this was a touchscreen. This is very high tech here, sorry. The third reading is the third line down. That's when it passed the House and went over to the Senate, where it then had its first reading in the Senate on the 16th of March. Good times. Where it was also assigned to another health committee where the senators clearly all cared very deeply about the health of all Alabamians. So, you can then see all of these different amendments listed. You're sitting there thinking, okay, the amendment was made, but what does it say? I don't understand. That's where you get to click this. Okay, now I'm clicking and nothing's happening. I'm going to always allow from this website. There we are. And you can just, is it a very helpful amendment? I mean, it might be. But I'm saying this isn't a good way to really look at it. But on page 5, line 3, after federal, add the following, or state. So when that bill, or when that amendment was adopted, it added the language or state to the bill on page 5, line 3. So, going back. Yeah, I'm pulling up the full bill for you now. Alright, so first page of the bill will tell you Representative Winko, it went to the Health Committee, it was introduced on this date. You go on down, you have a brief synopsis. We hate some Alabamians. I said it, it's true. Oh, hold on. Before I keep going, let me say this real quick, because I forgot at the beginning. What I'm saying today has nothing to do with Health South's opinions. So when you see that from Health South, this is just Katie up here, okay? Health South doesn't say that. I'm just unruly. So here's the bill. And what was it, page 5, line 3, or page 3, line 5? Let's see, somebody has better memory than me. Down to page 5, line 3. So you can see line 3 used to say, facility which receives no federal funds and which receives. So now, after federal, it'll say federal or state funds. So does that make sense, reading the amendment, comparing it back to the bill as it was at the time, and then you can see what happened there? Okay. You also might want to know who voted for the bill, because you want to hold your legislators responsible for their votes, and equally responsible, you want to thank legislators who vote the way you would like them to. All right? So to look at a vote, go to roll. All of the Y's, all of the Y's mean that they voted for it. The N's mean that they voted against it. Yes, P means that they voted present, which impacts the quorum. So they're saying, I'm on the floor, I'm here, hi, but I am not brave enough to vote one way or the other. Well, I mean, kind of what it means. There are some no's, and there are some present. Sometimes you'll see an A, and that means that they abstained from the vote. Here's something fun for you, though. While you're holding your legislators accountable, please note that sometimes a legislator is not on the floor when a vote is taken, through no fault of their own. Maybe they're at home with a broken leg. Maybe they really have to go potty. Maybe any number of things, but sometimes they're not on the floor, but yet there will be a vote next to their name. Well, that's because sometimes the other legislators just go ahead and vote for them. Super friendly, right? Like, oh, I know my friend over here really totally would love this bill. Let me hit Y for you. So if you know that your legislator was going to vote against the bill, or they told you they were going to vote against the bill, and you see a Y next to their name, you might want to ask a question before you jump all the way down their throats. However, I am not saying don't hold them accountable if they did in fact vote that way. Yes, sir?
Is there any recourse to that?
No. Come on, that makes sense.
To be more clear.
Yeah, I mean, there's just little buttons on the desks, and they just push buttons, and sometimes they'll push an extra button or 5. Yes, ma'am?
Sometimes, because they do that, and it's a very important vote, they invoke Rule 60 or something like that that says you can only vote
Your actual machine, and that's true, they do that. If it's a vote that's going to be incredibly controversial, many times somebody will make a motion that you can only vote your own machine. But sometimes that doesn't happen, and you'll see, literally, I mean, it's almost funny to watch, if it wasn't a little bit kind of democratically sad, to watch them scurrying from like desk to desk, like, oh, I'm going to get this one, oh, I'm right there. And then you'll see it like switch later, because maybe somebody will, come over and be like, oh, I didn't mean to vote that way, and they'll just correct it. But yeah, so you're shaking your head like you expect.
And amazing.
Like you expect some kind of adult behavior. Yes. Well, I never saw it in Virginia. And Virginia and Alabama are the 2 states that I most physically have watched the proceedings as opposed to managing lobbyists to watch for me. So, you're first and then you.
I've been in the gallery in Florida seeing a representative vote a certain way and confront him afterwards. And he tell me that somebody else pulled the switch.
Yeah.
And I saw him pull the switch.
Oh, I mean, they'll not everybody, but there are people who will lie to protect themselves. It is true. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying that maybe they should have biometrics to use the phone.
I mean, it's Alabama. Biometrics would be great, but I mean, we're just all waiting for internet in Inver County.
Can amendments or adjustments to bills be made that have no relation to that particular bill?
Okay, so constitutionally, the amendments to the bill are supposed to go with the main title of the bill, which, hold on, let me go back real quickly. Didn't know I was going to get legal questions up here. I'm so excited. So this right here, it should go in line with that area. So if the amendment, instead of saying and state funds, had instead said, and we're going to put a lottery in a state, that probably would not be germane to the original bill, and you could go ahead and get a vote on that and say, it's not germane, we're not going to consider this. Yes?
I have a question about this bill. So since it says federal or state funds, for instance, let's just say there was ABC Baptist Adoption Agency or Children's Home, and they were taking children from foster care because DHR can't take them all and they place them. So don't they receive state funds when they take those children?
I wish I were an expert, but I am not. You would think that there would be some amount of money there. Now, I'm guessing maybe some of these situations where you say federal or state, maybe it's limiting it to just like the people who, when they're pregnant, know they're going to give their babies up, and they work with a private adoption agency, and that private adoption agency finds the family, and then the baby's born and goes straight to the family all on the same day. But I honestly have no idea because I have never adopted a child, given a child up for adoption, or worked for an adoption
I'm
agency.
a foster parent.
You are?
I have adopted, so I would think that for instance, Alabama Baptist Children's Home would not be able to discriminate against anyone because it's not just the LGBT community. Let's be honest. They discriminate against people who've been married previously, against people who are in interracial relationships, against you because you have curly hair.
Well, I mean,
that's my religion.
That's exactly, I had that conversation with my senator, and I said, look, I'm Catholic. There are plenty up in here who would discriminate against me based on that. So, yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that if there's an irrelevant amendment put into a bill, that you could take a vote on it and get
whether or not it's germane, yes.
Yeah, whether or not it's germane, but if with a supermajority, if they just determined they wanted to get that so badly they put it into something else, they could still do it, right?
It is tough with a supermajority.
And we'd call Shay and say, hey, that's, or ACLU and say they've done something unconstitutional, so.
Well, and once it's passed, it's passed. It has to be done in the body. Yes.
Once the bill's passed, if it does have that wrong language in it, can't you take them to court?
I don't believe that you can at that point. I think it's.
Can we try?
I think that if the House takes a vote and says yes, we find it germane, then that is the decision of the legislature, and that's how the bill is passed. Is what is my understanding from my years of having heard this argument 500 times. I have seen bills pass with non-germane language in it, but
if it's unconstitutional, then somebody
it's not.
Else could take it. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's not like unconstitutional, like you can't discriminate. Well, that's funny. It was ironic, sorry.
Well, that would be circuit court or something that they would have to take that into.
Generally, other branches are not willing to examine what one branch has done so far as like a judicial branch isn't going to look at a legislative branch and say that the legislative branch chose wrong in their process.
That's why I mentioned ACLU.
Yeah, so generally a court won't do that. Doesn't mean that it couldn't possibly happen. I'm just saying generally a court won't do that. Okay, what else can we learn from this page? I wanted to talk to you real briefly about a budget isolation resolution. That is a fun little Alabama thing. The legislature's required, the number one thing they're supposed to do when they're in session is to pass the budgets. And until both houses have passed the budgets, before they consider any other issue on the floor of either house, they must do a budget isolation resolution vote, which means that someone makes a motion for BIR, and you have to have a supermajority for the BIR vote to consider something that's not the budget. Does that make sense? I feel like I just said the word budget like 75 times. But, and generally, that's a way to kind of slow things down. But, and you generally don't want to vote against someone's BIR, honestly, because then they're going to vote against yours, and it's, again, good being adults, but sometimes we can't all be adults, apparently. So do you guys feel like you understand this page? Okay. This is the main page that you're going to be spending time on. Similarly, you can find the status of a resolution, and you can also look at confirmations. Generally, I would think most of you won't care about confirmations unless it's to an agency that handles an issue that you know a lot about, and you happen to know that the person being confirmed is like horrible, in which case you might want to get active on confirmation. But for the most part, they just kind of fly through. Yes, ma'am?
Go back to bills.
Yes.
And show them how to, if you do
Yes, that is true.
So selected status.
Yes. So there's a couple other, okay, we'll go select the status next. Okay. So first reading we just discussed is introduced. So you want to see a list of all of the bills that's introduced, you go to head the first reading. You can see it's a lengthy list from the size of the bar over here. Second reading, so on and so forth. Conference committee is if a bill passes one house and then in the next house is amended. After it's amended, it goes back to the original house. The original house has the option of concurring, which is saying, yeah, okay, we're cool with that amendment, and then it goes to the governor. Or they can say, no, that's a bad amendment, we're going to need to meet together, and then 3 people from each house are selected to meet together, rewrite the bill, and then bring it back to each of the other houses and say, oh yeah, we like this conference committee report.
The education budget, for instance, is in committee right now.
Yeah, and there are generally, both of the budgets generally end up in a conference committee, and there's a lot of other bills that do as well. You're not supposed to make substantive changes, but again, it's supposed to, right? So I've seen things that come out of conference with huge policy changes in them, and that's not really supposed to be the case, but it does happen. Yes, ma'am?
Is there a calendar so we know when things are coming?
Yeah, well, sort of.
She was before.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Calendars, okay. So there's various calendars. There are the agendas for committee meetings, and we're going to look at those. And there are the special order calendars. The House and the Senate will both adopt a special order calendar to discuss what bills are going to talk about that day. Sometimes they'll vote on them the day before. So like it's okay, so legislative days, there are 30 legislative days in a session. And for most of the legislative session here in Alabama, they have legislative days on Tuesday and Thursday. Wednesday is mostly a committee day, most weeks of the session. Usually when you get towards the end of the session, they're all really done with it and they're ready to go home and have their real lives. And so they start meeting 3 days a week. So they'll do Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But they're only in Montgomery from mid-morning Tuesday through usually mid-afternoon Thursday. They've had a couple late nights lately on 11, 12 o'clock because it's really, they're supposed to return next week. So they're really kind of in that pinch time right now. And they're having a lot of fights. As Representative Daniels mentioned, they're using the reader a lot, which is real boring to listen to. Yes.
Is there a way to sort a specific representative's voting record and come up with a profile file? What is
that would be really cool. I don't think there is a way. Joanne, is there a way? There's not a way to sort voting record. You can see what legislators introduced what bills, but you can't see this is every time Cam Ward voted no. You can't do that, right?
I don't know. You may be able to go to their page and then look at the votes. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I skipped your question. I'm horrible.
What's the difference between a bill versus a resolution? It's a very basic question.
Okay. A bill actually has the power of law.
Yeah.
And a resolution is a lofty ideal.
Okay.
And sometimes resolutions will set up study committees and things like that, and they'll actually follow that. They'll actually create a study committee and study an issue. But a bill becomes law. Yes?
While we're on this page, if you aren't looking for a particular bill, you just kind of want to know what bills should I be most concerned about right now, which of those top 3 statuses should we just look at just to kind of look at what's to look at right now?
Okay, so if they've had their second reading or they're in the next house, they're going to become much more intense. But let's go here. Hold on. Search text of a bill. If there's an issue that you're really concerned about, say, for instance, adoption, you can just do a query that's going to come up with all of the bills that list adoption. Now, all of these bills, you can see it has 88 bills that mention the word adoption. That doesn't mean that every single one of those changes the law related to adoption. It just means that word is in there somewhere. Okay? And it might not be adoption of a child. It might be adoption of an ordinance. So you really have to go through them, and you can, add other search terms and everything to kind of clarify what exactly you're looking for. You can also find it by sponsor, because a lot of times you'll read something in the newspaper that says, Senator Smitherman introduced a bill that does such and such. and they don't list the bill number, but you'd really like to learn more about it. So you go to search the bill by sponsor, you click on Smitherman, and now you have a list of all of his bills, and it's going to be easier to narrow down which bill it was they were talking about.
Does that include those he sponsored or those he signed in on? I mean, you
Those are all of the ones that he specifically sponsored. They're his, he's the primary sponsor on them. And then you just click on the bill number to get the information about the bill and the text of the bill and all of the votes. Also, I'd like to point out, if you click on him, on his name, it brings up this site where you can find his email address and his phone numbers and read his biography. And again, it lists all of his legislation and also a list of which committees he sits on. So that's a fancy bill. Oh, that's not fun. Find this page. There we are. Okay, fine. It's not going to be nice to me. Let me go back. Sorry, I have to put this down. All right, next I want to go to committees real quickly because we have to start moving fast. Here we have a list of House and Senate standing committees. Those are committees that exist all the time during the legislature. You will have standing committees. And if you click on it, you will see, these are the committee meetings, and you will see the various committees, and sometimes you kind of have to guess what they mean. So SG stands for State Government, Judy is Judiciary. Some of these I can't think of off of the top of my head. CCE. And then at the bottom you have I don't know, Constitution, something, elections. But you can see the bills and when they're going to meet. So Judiciary is going to meet at 9 a.m. in room 200 of the State House, and they're going to consider these two bills. You can see because there's nothing listed to the right that there will not be a public hearing on either one. However, on the top, there's going to be two public hearings. Let's talk real quickly about public hearings, okay? If there's a bill that you want to get passed and it's controversial, you might want to have a public hearing. You might not want to have a public hearing. Because here's what happens. Everybody under the sun shows up. And it's like a big hot mess and people argue. But sometimes you can get to someone. Sometimes you can change a vote with a good discussion of the issues. Generally, I like a public hearing when I'm trying to kill a bill. And here's why. When you're trying to kill a bill, the key is to slow it down. Constitutionally, they have 30 legislative days over a period of 105 days or some such thing to complete all of their action for the session. And if you have a public hearing, they generally wait another week before they hold the vote in the committee. So you'll have a public hearing on a Tuesday, and then next Tuesday they'll take the vote. You just bought yourself a couple legislative days. And slowing things down is key when you want to kill an issue. It doesn't always work, but it's certainly better than just having it go super fast before anybody even blinks. So, and if you're going to speak at a public hearing, a couple of things. To request a public hearing, if you do really want to have one, either for a bill that you're for or for a bill that you're against, you write a letter to the committee chair, and you say, "Dear Senator blah, 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 I really want to hear on XYZ bill." And you mail that off to them.
Basically, you email the clerk.
You can also email the clerk. Yeah.
And then they reply to you.
Yes. And then the day of the hearing, you get there a little bit early, because like I said, tons of people tend to come, and it's like a hot mess. So you want to get there a little bit early, go to the front of the room, and there'll be a sign-up sheet. And it'll have the name of the bill, the number of the bill, so HB 24, and it'll have for and against. And you write your name in whichever column describes you. So if you're for the bill, over here, against, over here, and go ahead and do that. And then they will call you to speak on the bill. You're usually limited to the amount of time you have to speak, so be succinct. Meetings and announcements is not related to legislative materials. They are related to other committees. So don't go to that to find out if the bill has been scheduled for a legislative agenda. What you see is Legislative Oversight Committee, which is where they talk about all kinds of fun things like rules and regulations. A lot of times you'll see Contract Review Committee up here. So anyway, good times at these meetings. You can learn a lot going to these meetings, guys. So if you're in Montgomery and really bored, you should definitely hang out at the legislature and just go to every committee meeting you can get to. You can also go to reports, and you can get a report of the different bills, the day's activities, companion bills. So we all know that HB 24 is the adoption bill, but we might want to say, is there a Senate companion? Oh, look right there at the top, Senate Bill 145. And it's companion bill is a bill that's literally identical, and it's just been introduced in both houses. So that way you can kind of go back and forth. So that's Allison, for the most part. I do want to talk just really, really super briefly about some other things, some little pieces of advice. We've already talked about slowing down a bill and using hearing requests to do that. Definitely keep that in mind. But if you request a hearing and you're going down to Montgomery to participate in a hearing, don't just show up. Let your legislator know that you're going to be there. And let them know why you're going to be there. Because they want to know when their constituents are being very engaged. And the more of their constituents that let them know, Senator Smitherman, I keep using him because he's my senator, I'm going down to Montgomery to attend a public hearing on this bill because I think this bill's horrible for reasons X, Y, and Z, and he gets like 50 emails about that. He knows now that he has 50 constituents that are so angry with this bill that they are driving from Birmingham to Montgomery on a weekday. Who does that? People that are angry. People that will actively campaign against him if he doesn't at least consider the issue. So I'll throw that out there. If you're going down, you might as well make a fact sheet. Raise your hand if you know what a fact sheet is. All right, so fact sheet 101. You want to have lots of white on the page. You don't want to write too much. Top of the page, we'll stick with HB 24. Oppose HB 24. And then you want to write a couple of facts about it. And when I say facts, I'm talking you want to write facts about it. You don't want to say, we hate HB 24 because it is mean-spirited. And it's going to hurt kids. Because those things are true, but they're not the facts that they're going to be looking for. You want to say, oppose HB 24 because there are this many kids in Alabama currently waiting for a home. And this will limit the number of homes available to those children. Those are the kinds of facts. You want numbers, you want data. Sometimes the emotional plea works with legislators. I'm not going to lie, but 9 times out of 10, what they want to know is how's it going to impact my district, how's it going to impact me, and how's this going to make my constituents vote. If I vote for this bill, are they going to vote me out? If I vote against it, are they going to keep me in? Those are the things that they're looking at. Remember, everybody is self-interested to some level, and that's absolutely true for these legislators. Does that make sense? All right, so when you take your fact sheet, you want to give it to everybody on the committee. So you can do one of two things. You can hand it out during the hearing, if they'll let you. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. Or you can take it to the offices beforehand, figure out who's on your committee, go to each one of their offices and drop it off, make sure their secretary knows that they are going to be hearing that bill that day. Or alternatively, if it's in the House and they don't have secretaries, you can just slip it under their door, or if they're in their office, hand it to them. What else here? Talk about not relying on emotions. Oh, yeah, when you're making your fact sheet or ever speaking at a hearing or anything, play devil's advocate. I know it's scary, but get into the mind of the other side. I know, again, it's creepy in there sometimes. But you really need to understand why they feel the way they do and what their arguments are going to be, because their arguments are going to be what's heard. So you want to be able to, in your fact sheet and in your public hearing, counter those arguments. And if you're speaking first, you're going to have to counter something you haven't heard them say yet. So you absolutely need to play devil's advocate, get in their mind, be incredibly logical, and counter their arguments. And then just some really quick strategic thoughts. Legislators are people. And it's really easy to demonize people that you don't always agree with, right? I mean, I've thought some mean things about Lingo and some others. But I will go ahead and say that if you can't find one thing in common with another person, not one single thing in common with another person, there might be a fault in you. I know, I feel like nobody's going to throw anything, but it's true. And even people who will vote against you 99.9% of the time will vote with you occasionally. So, for instance, I'm trying to think of, okay, I'm going to use Senator Shelby as an example. Most of the way he votes doesn't please me. Anyone in here love how he votes 100% of the time? Okay. But he generally, or I'm not going to say generally, he always votes to continue the funding for the Violence Against Women grants. I can find that in common with him. I can thank him for that. I'm not going to thank him for a lot of his votes, but I can thank him for that. So remember, these are people. These are people that you can find something in common with, even if it makes you want to bang your head against the wall most of the day. And that's why you don't want to burn bridges. If they vote in a way you don't like, you don't pick up the phone or send off an email or run into them in the grocery store and say, oh my God, you're evil, and I hate you, and I'm going to give all of my money that I've ever received ever to whoever runs against you because you need to be banished from Alabama. That's not really the best approach. You can think it real hard though. That's totally okay. But don't burn your bridges, because there will be a time when they vote with you. And it might happen sooner than you think, because there is always the theory of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so you really have to be very strategic in your actions, even when you don't want to be. And I know you guys know this, but politics has become very emotional, so I wanted to just get that out there. Always write a thank you note if someone has taken time to sit down with you. These are people with real jobs outside of the legislature. They're doing the legislative thing. They have, lots of times families and everything else. And if they take 20 minutes and meet with you, even if they look you in the eye and say, I am not going to vote for your bill, thank them for the time that they spent. These people don't get thank you notes. I have actually received thank you notes for sending a thank you note, which should tell you how rarely they get thank you notes. It's a sad thing. I had a legislator who kept a thank you note of mine for like 3 years in his drawer, and he told me that he would open it and reread it on his bad days. I'm not that great of a writer, so it's not like it was highly inspirational or anything. It was literally, thank you. Like Shay said, things are incremental. Things take years to pass, and sometimes things take years to kill. Sometimes a bill will get 3/4 of the process 1 year, and then it's a success to only get it halfway through the process the next year. When you're trying to get a bill passed, some years it just gets introduced. Maybe the next year it gets heard in committee. Eventually it might pass the first house. It is truly exhausting, and it takes passion. So do not take it to heart if something doesn't happen the first year. Keep pushing. It's like Shay said, it's a year-round drill. And I would challenge every single person in this room. Session's supposed to get out next week. These people are behind in their jobs because, like I said, they have real-life jobs. So give them a couple weeks off. Mid-June, I want everyone in this room to call or write their state legislators and ask for a meeting over the summer. And just say, I would love to talk with you and tell you about some of the things I'm concerned about. And these people are human. And they're people. And unlike your federal legislators who have a much larger constituency, these people have small constituencies and they don't want to piss people off. So I'm telling you, these people will meet with you. I have been to literally every county in Alabama visiting legislators. Literally. I've been in places that I can't pronounce visiting legislators, and I've eaten at more gas stations and eat more food I can't even identify. I'm a vegetarian and I ate country fried chicken or some such thing. Because that's what you sometimes have to do to show somebody that you'll meet them halfway. I really did that bill, guys. So meet with them. If you see them in the grocery store, give them a wave, say hi. Don't come up to their table while they're having a fight with their spouse. Don't do that. Don't be creepy in the bathroom. But other than that, say hi to people. Let them know that you're a person, and every time you talk to them, that you're not going to ask them for a favor. Because if every time they see you, it's, can you introduce a bill? Can you vote against a bill? Oh my God, I need you, it's an emergency. A, not everything's an emergency. Pick your battles. B, nobody wants somebody around that's going to be asking them for a favor every 5 seconds. So sometimes when you see them at the gas station, you say, oh my gosh, how's your wife? Oh, I saw your daughter in the soccer game. You know, ask about how their lives are. These are people, they want to talk about themselves as much as we do, right? So, I think I'm out of time. Am I out of time?
1 minute.
1 minute. One question. Yes?
I don't know if you already talked about it. What is that? Is there any
ALEC.
lobbying?
Okay, so ALEC is a nationwide group, and they have these awesome, super great conferences that are so much fun and have such good food. Yeah, that's big when you're a legislator. And they have a lot of lobbyists. And the legislators go to these meetings and they learn about issues that happen across states. And they are basically lobbied to introduce and pass bills that do those things. There's a couple different groups like this. There's one called McCoozle. And McCoozle is legit. They're good guys. They, rewrite contract law for all of the states. And there's not like a lot of lobbyists involved. There's one called NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislators. And that's legislators literally sit around and have these committees and they say, this is an issue in Alabama and this is how we resolved it. And then you see like the legislator from Mississippi taking notes. And there's lobbyists there, but for the most part it's, on the up and up. If you read about ALEC in the news, I've never attended an ALEC conference, so I can't really speak to what happens, but my understanding is that there's a lot more lobbying and a lot more perks for attending that, and that the legislation tends to be really business friendly, and then sometimes like gun friendly and things like that. I don't know, I've never attended, but it's pretty negative. The impression is pretty negative.
Wondering if Co-brothers have any big role in Alabama, right?
My understanding is that they do lobby in Alabama and that they actually do have some businesses located in Alabama, and as much as we all want to say bad things about them, I firmly believe in a business's ability to petition their government just like yours and mine. So, as I am a corporate lobbyist, I say go corporate lobbyists. All right, good?
Thank you.
Great advice. Excuse me, Mike. Great advice, and we appreciate it very much, Katie. Guys, come on down. We're in the home stretch now, and we have our brains have been filled with things to do and advice, and then these are the guys these are our actual political operatives who work in the field, and they're going to tell you that phone banking ain't scary and that you can help do it, and that canvassing ain't scary and how to do that too. This is Matthew Mudcat Arnold. He's a veteran of many different political campaigns. I met him several years ago at a Democracy for America training. And this is Daniel DeRisto, who has been involved in many different areas, including the Bernie campaign, and is currently working on the Recruitment for Mayor campaign. So, guys, come on.
Bob, I appreciate it. So, I love doing trainings in Birmingham. This is like the 3rd or 4th one that I've done, because this is like the one place I get to go where I don't need a translator for this accent. And some of you have heard that joke so many times, you knew it was coming. Thank y'all for being here. Bob kind of did the whole show, right? Like Bob says, it's not scary to talk to voters. And we're going to take, the next 20 minutes and then some questions to, sort of outline how voters matter, how you win elections, and how to talk to people in a way that makes sense and takes this big idea of how you win an election. All right? It's this big, scary thing. Politics, right? And we're going to break it down. Campaigns, vote goals, win numbers, all of this scary math stuff, and get down to like the mechanics of it. Because ultimately, campaigns are just about relationships. So,
all the way to the bottom, there's a little.
So you guys can actually just see exactly what we're going to do. You guys just take notes on this. Look at the left side of the screen.
Will you make this available to us?
Bob, will we make these things available to folks?
We can certainly email them to everyone. If you guys send them to me, and if you're okay, I'd be glad to do it.
Okay. We're calling this Field Works because, one, this is about the mechanics of field programs. Also, because we believe field works. All right. Daniel, you want to do the little introduce yourself, get a little pattern now that we've got the program running?
Yeah, so I'm Daniel D'Arso. Last year I worked on Bernie Sanders' campaign and Tim Canova's campaign for Congress down in Florida, as well as Hillary Clinton's campaign. And by far the most effective way to get out the vote and make people and influence people to vote for the candidate that you support and the policies that you support are talking to the voters at their doors and on the phones. TV ads don't resonate like a personal interaction with a voter does. And a big basically eliciting that personal stake from someone, figuring out why they care about a candidate, not just showing them a message, but really asking them, why do you care about this candidate? Why do you care about this election? Why do you care about this policy? How does it affect you? That resonates a lot longer with people.
And the way we have those conversations, what matters to you, what's going to determine your vote, is a relationship. At the end of the day, people will tell you, we've had a lot of people up here in various capacities today, talk about lots of things that win elections. I think Anthony Daniel said like 6 different things win elections. You will be told that money wins elections. You will be told that endorsements win elections or that yard signs win elections. Lots of people say, oh, if you do this, you'll win. Not true. One thing decides who wins an election. It's the number of votes you get. The guy who gets 50% plus 1 wins. Every time. And who votes? The people you have relationships with. Back one. Okay. Voter contact is how we build relationships. It's how we learn our voters. It's how we learn our neighborhoods. And we have to do this in a resource management way. Okay? There's a lot of people in the world. We just need to get to the people who are going to get us to 50% plus 1. We have 3 resources to manage. Every campaign, every endeavor, as far as I can tell, all of Western society is built on the following 3 resources. Time, money, and people. In elections, time runs even for everybody. The election day is the same for our opponents as it is for us. They don't change the election day. They tell you lots of years in advance. There have been lots of times in which I have gone to Secretaries of State and said, I'm not ready for the election. Can we get it like another 2 weeks? And they have never changed an election day for me. Time runs even for everybody. Money is a resource. You don't have to have a lot of it. You said earlier that you ran a whole city council campaign with $700. I just ran a state rep campaign announcement in which we rolled out like this whole, fancy websites, 2 logos, all the bells, whistles. I think we got $1,300 into it. You can have a lot of things for a lot of money, but money's a resource. When you need something to go big, you can use money to make it bigger. When you need something to go fast, you don't have a lot of time, you can use money to make things go faster. If you don't have a lot of money, you just have to have more time and people. And people are, money's a fungible resource, by the way. You can always get more money up until about 2 weeks, after which point you can only spend it on pizza. There's a point at which you've bought all the phone calls, you've got all the mail, you've done everything you can do, right? The rest of you are just buying pizza. And then people. You can always go get more people. Always go get more people. Old people are better than new people. Your old friends are your bestest friends. But you can always go find more volunteers. And if you've got a lot of people, you don't have to spend a lot of money. All right? If you want to go fast, get a lot of people to do it. So, we've got those resources, and we're applying those resources to the winning of an election. And I'm going to tell you this. Every time you ever see me, and I hope that's a lot, I hope I get to come and do this all the time. I'm going to say this every time. If it is not measured, it is not done. If Joe Bob Jindale says that he talked to Billy Sue, that doesn't count. If they don't give you a record that says, I talked to this person and this is what they said on a 5-point scale in a way that you can code and keep in a database, you did not do work. Work is the measurement of things that change. If you cannot demonstrate it, if you cannot reproduce it, you did not do work. So, all of our voter contact, all of our conversations are measured. We're going to talk in the individual sections about how we put up the data, about how we lay these things out and make them measurable. But when you're thinking about your voter contact programs, know that that which is not measured is not done.
Let me chime in here on this because volunteers are the grassroots. Paid canvassing, paid phone calling is not the grassroots. That's money. If you're a candidate and you want people to listen to you and really be influenced by people, really influence these voters to vote for you, having volunteers, showing that you have enthusiasm behind your campaign is the key. And the effectiveness of those conversations with those people that actually support you and aren't paid to support you is massive. You will see the data speaks for itself. Paid canvassing will, you'll see a lot more undecideds with paid canvassing than you will with, really enthusiastic volunteers going out and canvassing for you.
So, all of this, everything that you do in a voter contact campaign is just about building relationships. Going to your door, calling you on the phone. How you thinking? How you feeling? What do you feel about the election? And there are 2 ways to talk to people. Well, I take that back. There are 2 ways to talk to people to have these sorts of conversations. When we think about campaigns broadly, think about a house, right? And you guys know the house that I grew up in, right? There's a little fence, there's a mailbox, there's a door, there's a TV antenna, right? There's power lines going in and out of your house. Think about your house. Every way that you can talk to somebody at a house is a way that you can talk to somebody in a campaign. You can talk to them on the doors, you can talk to them on the wires going into the phone, you can talk to them on the TV antenna, you can talk to them on the mailbox, right? But voter contact lets us do that relationship building work and having 2-way conversations. Says, I'm going to say, hey, I'm Mudcat. I think Bob's great. And then you're going to get to say, I think Bob's great too. And I'm going to be able to record that conversation. I can only have that sort of feedback through doors and phones. Alright? You actually got to have a connection to a person. When somebody reads a mail piece, they don't get the opportunity to say, I am wowed by this photo of you and your high school friends. Right? That has convinced me to vote for you. When you see a yard sign, they don't get to say, the placement of the star in your logo has inspired me. Right? Those things happen in the world, you don't have a way to measure them, but we care about what's measured. So, doors and phones. And then, doors. There's this word, and the big national campaigns, the Hillary campaign, the Bernie campaign, the Obama campaign, Jim Bob Dale's campaign for Global Emperor have all started to use the word canvassing because that's what we do in the census. And it's the act of going door to door. We go and we talk to the people who are on the list. We go to the address, we knock on the door, and we ask for the person. just having a conversation. I was in the world before this was a universal term. You may know it as door knocking, doorbelling, street walking. I've heard it called all sorts of things. But the universal term, when you hear people talking about this, they're talking about canvassing. Knocking on doors is canvassing. I don't like to say canvassing. I like to say knocking on doors because, like, canvas is a material. Canvas is a lot of stuff. Knocking on doors is pretty self-explanatory. You don't need a lot more words for that. So you go knock on doors. And it's a real simple conversation. Knock, knock. Hi, I'm Mudcat. I'm here because Linda's awesome and I want you to vote for Linda. Will you vote for Linda? Yes, I also think Linda is awesome. Or, no, I don't think Linda is very awesome at all. Or, who's Linda? There's like 7 on the block. Right? So, we're having a conversation, building a relationship. How do you feel? It's the easiest thing in the world. You do it with people you go to church with. You do it with your deacons. You do it with your high school classmates. You do it with people that you only get to see on Facebook. All right? You touch base on their birthday. You write on their wall, hey, how are you? How have you been? I hope you're well. Let me know if the surgery for your kid went okay. You have these conversations dozens of times a day, hundreds of times a month. Canvassing is just the prospect, is just the project of putting that work to data, building a relationship, having a contact with a voter. Easy peasy, right? We do it from data. We know who we're talking to. We're going to talk to the people who are registered to vote, who are eligible to vote in the upcoming election. Hopefully, people who have some likelihood of turning out in the election, actually casting a ballot, and then, depending on our time, people, and money, who will be likely to support us or at least open to the idea. Right? We don't want to talk to people who hate us. Nobody likes to talk to people who hate you. That's why I don't go to church. So, we work from data. And data is just the guide. It's a list of people we want to have the relationship with and what they said. What is the status of our relationship? And then, y'all, Daniel just said it. The best canvasser is the person who's going to get the best response from a voter is somebody who is confident about their work, confident about where they are, confident about what they believe about the candidate. Good campaigns. And I hope you all run good campaigns. I've never run a bad campaign. I've lost a lot of elections. Y'all, I've worked in 29 states, 2 continents, and I've elected 6 members of Congress, 2 governors, and a U.S. Senator. I've done a lot of campaigns in a lot of places, and that's not even counting stuff for city council and state rep. I don't even remember them all anymore. I've never run a bad campaign. Lost a ton. So many campaigns. I'm actually really disturbed right now because I've had like this problem. It's been like a year and a half. I didn't know about the persuasive power of a baseball cap. If I had bought baseball caps, I have spent so much money on things like television ads and like get out the vote buses when I could have just bought baseball caps and people would have known everything they needed to know about my candidates. But when you if never run a bad campaign. If you're having a campaign that empowers people, that trains people, that excites people about being involved in the process, you run a good campaign. Win, lose, or draw, you're bringing people in, you were giving people a connection to their community, and you were leaving the world better than you found it. I hope everybody here runs good campaigns. You can pay me to run your campaign. I'm a consultant. I do it. I'm up here. I got business cards. But you don't need me to run a good campaign. But a good campaign is going to do one thing above all for its voter contact program. You're going to make your messengers feel confident. You want your volunteers to go out knowing why you're running, why they're helping you, what they're going to say to people at the doors. I do this for my canvas packets in the following way. I make a good list. I explain to people what's in the list. I give them an emergency contact sheet, so if you get in trouble, right, they've got something to fall back on, a good script, a good map, a bottle of water, and a pen. And I know the Bernie guys, the Obama guys, Clinton people have all been really against this because they're kind of expensive. But I believe, and the best thing you can do to inspire confidence is to give somebody a clipboard. Bob's waving me on time. He doesn't realize I have a microphone. So you give people a clipboard. First of all, you feel very official. All right? You feel like you know what you're doing because you're a guy with a clipboard. But the clipboard has lots of functions. It makes you feel official. And you can legitimately tell your volunteers that they have prepared, that you have prepared them for every possible eventuality. Because even out of the deepest concerns for their safety, this can be, it is your last line of defense. We call it the doggy defense mechanism. Alright? Alright, you go to the house, you get the beware of dog sign, you know, Jumbo Cujo comes rolling around the corner barking. Your clipboard is your best line of defense, alright? Like and it's a 3-position maneuver, right? You got version 1, version 2, and version 3. So the clipboard does a lot to inspire confidence for your campaign. It's worth the $1.50 at Dollar Tree. So, Daniel is going to walk you through the phone stuff, and we'll take questions until Bob turns the mic on.
Yeah, so also a big thing about what Mudcap was saying is that the Democrats have a turnout problem. That's a big problem. Republicans don't have a turnout problem. So this direct voter contact is extremely important because, for one, you're letting them know about the election. A lot of people don't even know that something's going on. Especially with local elections and and even some state elections. That's a big problem. So this allows us to get the data for who supports us and then go back to them during the final days of the campaign and make sure they get out to vote. That's why this voter contact is so important. Because if not, you're just you're blindly targeting people and just hoping that they go out to vote for you. Right? And in Alabama, that's even more important because there's a lot of voter apathy. Because people don't feel like their candidate can win because they're up against this giant red blob in the state. So I want to talk a little bit about phone banking. And phone banking is really, really, really important. I prefer canvassing, you guys. Everybody, I think that if you go out and volunteer, go and canvass. But if it's raining, if it's late at night, do a phone bank. And it's really, really effective because you call people on the phones. Some people hang up on you. Some people will not want to talk. But these are the tips on how to not let that happen to you, right? So it's the same thing as canvassing. You're asking them if they support your candidate. You're asking if, what issues matter to them. Eliciting that personal stake that I was talking about earlier. Really getting them involved in why they care about this race. So, upbeat conversations. You don't want to just stick to the script and be a robot. Like, hi, my name is Daniel Daraso, and I'm with the Randall Woodfin campaign, and you have to be like, hey, my name is Daniel, I'm with the Randall Woodfin campaign, I, really, really, really want you to get out and vote in the August 22nd election. Have you been thinking about voting? Have you been thinking about supporting, this candidate? So, that's the kind of conversation you need to have with people, at the doors and on the phones. When someone talks like a robot, they're way more likely to hang up on you. Personal stake, already said that. Don't give people easy outs. So don't say, hey, may I ask you a couple questions? Hey, is Joanna there? Can I ask you a couple questions? Don't say that. You just launch right into it. You get right in there. So hey, my name is Daniel. are you planning on voting in the August 22nd election? Don't even, don't give them an easy out to hang up on you or say that they're busy. All you need is their data and, what issues they care about. That's really, really what matters here. So, yeah, script is baseline. Be yourself. After you phone bank a little bit, the first couple ones are a little bit awkward. But it's great when you have like a party going on. So on the Bernie campaign, we had this thing called Brews for Bernie. And we would just get a bunch of people in the office. We would drink some beer. And we would phone bank. It loosens you up a little bit, makes you a little bit less robotic. And you can joke around because funny things happen on the phones. Sometimes people say, no, I don't want to talk to you. Sometimes people say, I'm going to kill your whole family. That happened to me in Illinois. Southern Illinois was an interesting place. So, also, you might not know everything about your candidate. You might be volunteer, but you might not know the policy specifics or the exact budgeting for this one policy that your candidate's voted for. So don't be afraid to say that you don't know something. Say, I'm supporting, my candidate because, they're an honest person. They're a grassroots candidate. You can say those kind of things and say, hey, I don't actually know this policy that you're speaking of, but if you go to this website, or you go, or you email my candidate at info@candidate.com, that's totally okay. And a lot of people are threatened by the cold calling thing because they might not know everything about their candidate. That's fine. What matters is that someone was engaged enough to call this person and ask for their vote. And that's what matters. And if someone says no to you, there are always other voters. At the doors and on the phones, sometimes you're going to have people in it, and they're going to be a little rude, they're going to be a little mean, they're going to say, I'm not really going to support your candidate. Sorry. And that's okay, because there are always other voters you can talk to. So you go and you take a second, reflect on it, and then get out, knock that next door, and do whatever you thought you did wrong, better. And that's, the basics of these direct voter contact methods. It's just engaging people, because that's what we want people to be. We want people to be engaged. We want people to care actively about their communities and get out to vote for the people that are going to represent them well. And that's how you do this.
Okay. All right. I've got a couple of different time signs and a couple of different languages. I think we're down to one very specific finger at this point. But questions? Yes.
Oh, yeah. There's a canvas thing going on in my neighborhood. Hoover mayor's race. Incumbent got beat. And the guy that beat him, Ricotta, did a lot of groundwork. And when he canvassed, he had some high school kids, Hoover High kids that were working with him. And I was, the kids would come up one side of the block, and I didn't know it, but he was on the other side. And so, I asked the kid, so, who are you? What do you know? And I asked a couple questions. The kid didn't know. He said, Mr. Mercado is right down the street. Let me go get him, or let me call him. And I was really impressed that the candidate was out there with the canvassers and could come answer questions. I mean, it just really sold me. In fact, we wound up having a coffee for him because I brought the neighborhood together, to have a coffee after that. So anyway, what's your thoughts on that?
I think that if you are in a race in which you're going to know the people who vote for you, all right? If you're thinking about your race in terms of the DMA or the zip code, you probably don't know a lot of people who are going to vote for you. But if you're talking about your race in precincts or streets, you should, as a candidate, you should be knocking those doors. I believe in candidates knocking doors. If we're looking to build relationships and to get people excited, the answer is have the candidate build the relationship. So, yeah, 100% in favor. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3.
Let me follow up on that just really fast. I think that the most effective conversation you're going to have with any voter is if the candidate talks to them. Absolutely. They can give you any answer that they could possibly ask you. So, yeah, I definitely think candidates should be out canvassing. Next question?
It's right.
This is kind of technical. So when you do phone banking, most of the times folks don't even answer the home phones. The landline. We don't. I mean, not always we use the cell phones. So do you use any host service like hosting communication system, or how do you? I mean, if you, for example, you go for mail, so can you? Can you mask your own number with the?
There are tons of things that do that. So on the Bernie campaign, we had a system called Livebox, and it would just call people's numbers, and you would dial into the system, and you would hear a ding, and a person who had already answered and said hello was on the other side. And you'd get a call within 30 seconds of hanging up the last call. So it was really, really great because anyone who didn't answer, it filtered out. So it takes a lot of your time that you would be spending calling disconnected numbers and not homes out of the equation. So it's way more effective in that situation. It also masks your number to be a local number to wherever you're calling. So like currently, some of those providers are a little bit expensive, but there are systems like that. Livebox is one of them, and Callfire, and HubDial. They call and they only answer for people who would answer, basically. So you don't have to worry about your own home, your number being called back, or the just time that it takes to call through all the disconnected numbers and filter those out. It does it automatically. That's great.
Yeah, those things are called predictive dialers. Any predictive dialer service will do the job. All right, Joe's up.
Okay, what about techniques and cautions about doing canvassing in very rural areas?
So, I call this drivacing.
Yeah.
Right? If there's going to be miles between houses, or if you can't see the house from the road because of the length of the driveway, you drive those. In terms of tips, like at the door, it's the same idea. Be confident, be safe. If somebody has a beware of gun, beware of dog, beware of angry dude and Confederate flag shirt, all right, like respect the sign. All right, they put the sign up because it was the truth. My issue with these is always that allocation of resources question. Again, if we're talking about a district that we're thinking about in precincts, or that we're thinking about in streets, and you're a candidate, your time may be best spent that way. But if we're talking about paying people to go out or having volunteers that are going out, it's been rare that I have made those decisions to put people on rural canvassing programs. So I think about it as a resource center. It's NDSC. Ma'am?
Do you use phones instead?
Yes. I use phones to hit places that I can't go on foot. All right. And in the back.
You were talking about using data to kind of interpret what voters are thinking or feeling when you call them to kind of measure the trend or the change. How reliable have you found that data to be in interpreting or predicting the outcome of the actual election?
All right. So the question was, how reliable is the data that you get from voter contact programs? So
give your 1 minute answer.
Yeah, actually, we'll just let Daniel do this because I don't have a 1 minute answer.
So that depends. So if you're running a voter contact program, you're probably talking to people that you need to persuade to vote for you. So you want to filter out everyone that probably won't. I can go really in depth into that, but I'm not going to. So I would say that you can't rely on your data because of your persuasion targets being the outcome of the election. You just need to focus on getting as many of those people to say that they support you and then turning them out to vote. That's what, predicting the outcome of the election is what polls are for. So, I would say.
Okay. I'm not going to say it's a counter type to that, but I'm putting like some ancillaries, some perpendicular data on it. At best, I think your voter survey responses are about 85% reliable. That is, I think, entirely dependent on the way you phrase the question. A null question or a value-neutral question versus a leading question. Now, that data tends not to be very stable over long periods of time. In Georgia in 2014, we were running Michelle Carter and Jason Nunn, and I was running the coordinated campaign for the state party. We started IDing people in January of 2014. By the time that race cleaved, and I think that all told there's like $75 million went into Georgia in 2014, our January data was junk. We were talking to people who their only interaction was a couple of questions on a phone call. After, bajillions of dollars of television later, some of them had changed their minds. So, always before I go to my GOTV list, before I take that list of people who said they're going to vote for me, I'll always clean those before I put them out for GOTV. And then Cindy.
My question is,
last one.
Okay, with Vote Builder being so weak with phone numbers and so many people canceling their landlines, do you have a different resource for phone numbers?
Okay,
It's better.
All right. The question was, can I take some liberties with the language? The phone numbers in Vote Builder are crap, and what do we do about that? So this is every time I talk to people, y'all. Those of you who've seen this show before know that when I put my right hand in the air, I grew up in a Baptist church. This is how you know I'm telling the truth. And the phone data doesn't come from Vote Builder, right? It is matched from consumer data sources from multiple vendors across the country. Like the Democratic Party's buy and load it up. So that's not a function of the tool, it's a function of the data source. And then there's a problem with, in the good old days, which in my head is 2004, the voter phone data was good. You get a phone list, the day you bought it, it was 65 to 70% accurate. And it would fall off at about 2 points a week. So that a 6-month phone list is dead, right? It's 35% accurate, 50% accurate. Now, in 2016, I could not buy a phone list, right, that did not come back at least 50% wrong number. The phone data is getting worse. And this is why you've seen the rise and proliferation of predictive dialers, because they're screening that out. Now, there are things that we're doing to supplement. We're getting people in cell phone pools. We're matching records from multiple sources. Like the data scientists in the world, the consumer scientist guys out there who are using this data, like this keeps them up at night. I don't know a phone vendor who's not, sitting at home with their head in their hands going, how do I talk to more people? So, but that is not something, it's not the fault of the party. It's not the fault of your candidates. It's the nature of the way people interact with their telephones.
So, also, there's a lack of people using Vote Builder, especially in Alabama, right? This voter contact that you do at the doors and on the phones, not so much on the phones, but at the doors, all the people that might have disconnected numbers, you want to get their new numbers, and you want to put them in Vote Builder, because that helps every other candidate that ever runs, because that updates the phone list. And the phone list is shared amongst campaigns, because that's really, really important. So there's ways to improve it, not dramatically, but like if you find a strong supporter and you want to get their email, you want to get their phone number, and you want to make sure that that's input into Vote Builder, because that helps everyone else. So.
All right. Okay. We got to stop.
He's actually physically up here, so y'all, thank you. We appreciate it.
Still hang on a minute and some of the questions that I got. Yeah, thank you. All right, it falls on me to take really zero time to try to summarize this. And it falls on me to summarize this in almost no time. And I, first of all, again, thanks for coming. As I've listened to the presenters today, there are groups that are out there working for electoral change. If you're not hooked up with one, please get hooked up with one and work for this, make this stuff happen. Don't take away from your social issue cause, work on that too, but work for electoral change. Whether you're progressive or whether you're a Democrat, you need to work and know about how the county party works. These are the guys with the actual levers of power. And I know from the Bernie campaign and many of the people I met through that, they've never considered themselves Democrats, and they're still not really Democrats, but they won't change. And the only progressive change that's going to happen is through the Democratic Party in Alabama. Other states it might be different. Be on the lookout for candidates, as Pat said. Keep an eye out, see who's a leader, see who people go to ask questions of. Keep these people in mind. Use the inexpensive tools, social media, footwork, sweat equity. In other words, you don't have to have a lot of money to do these things. Organize, and ask for help. Please ask for help. There's some of us have been doing this for a while now, and we're glad to try to reach out and help. And then be strategic in your planning, intentional about your actions, always with an eye toward including more folks in your group or in your activity. And then cooperation among groups, as we have heard. And this has been a recurring theme and something we all need to work on to make sure we're all pulling together. And then, of course, use tools like Allison. Apply pressure, bestow praise, as Katie said. And like Doug pointed out, there are some great things to do, effective things to do to organize through your county or on your house district level. And Doug will be glad to help with that. You can call me. This is a critical thing. Organizing out in the counties, organizing by these house districts is very, very important. As we saw with the Allison program, you can really affect and target your message. And then the final thing I thought was particularly interesting from Katie was ask for a meeting. Ask for a meeting. Call up your representative and ask to meet with them. Very, very strong. And then finally, these guys, this is the field work that's necessary to do, all the theory, all the ideas. You got to finally go out and actually walk the pavement, knock on the doors. One thing they didn't mention, because they're so experienced at this, is if you're going to go do canvassing, you don't literally go knock on every door. You're going to get a walk plan. This is sophisticated stuff. You're going to skip houses. You're not going to go knock on the Republican's door in the neighborhood. He or she's either proven they're a Republican, or you've called and you've identified them as a Republican, or some poor soul before you went and knocked on the door and were told to go to hell. So you're not going to call on them. You're going to go hit the Democratic houses. Makes it more palatable, makes it very effective, in the same way with the phone calls. So I think at that list of speakers, my email is on there. If you have any questions about Forward Alabama or Greater Birmingham Democrats or any of these other groups, let me know. I know that I have a couple of responsibilities. One of them is that, guys, I need to email out the PowerPoint presentation, and I need to email out the Twitter accounts to the Alabama Legislature. I am to start finding out from Anthony Daniels when they're going to do the surrogate town halls. We're going to get organized on this, guys, and we're going to get Doug Jones elected to the Senate. All right. And then we're going to win some statewide races and get a bunch of representatives and senators in Alabama elected. Thank you all very, very much.